Well, buongiorno, as the Italians would say. I don't know why I'm tipping my non-existent hat, but what I do know is that we're here. It's NECC finals time. The Christmas spirit is high, and so is mine and my good friends. I'm being Relic, my good friend being Galgan. Galgan, we're finally here. It's the end of the road for these teams, but only one is going to emerge a winner in each of these series covered today.
And I have to say, Relic, I feel great. Plain and simple. I'm ready to navigate my way through to the NECC Grand Final Rocket League. Yes, that is what I've been going with. We're sticking with that. That's where we are. Great Plains playoffs of the Navigators division here in the NECC. To kick things off, you mentioned that there are plenty of series to go, but my focus is fully fixated on this first matchup. Kansas State University up against the York Panthers. This should be highly entertaining.
And no Fortnite in sight, but who's got the biggest bite? Well, if you go by their mascots, then certainly the York Panthers will be the ones that you'll be taking a little gander at, as we are going to do now. Take a little look at their lineup, a team which has gone up against Kansas State University within the same group. Bondo, Ace, and Artimatic taking to the pitch. Kansas State University finishing behind the York Panthers, both of them finishing 5-1, Galgan. The only difference being game losses, Panthers of which only have 2 less than their opponents today.
And it's also important to note that the York Panthers did away with Kansas State University White in round 3 of group play, in a sweep, no less. Can they do it again? Well, Kansas State University White may have to say otherwise. If we take a look at that roster on the other side of the field for Kansas State University, this is their white color roster. Sea Beach, Epic OEO, and Midwest Racing, aka the Small Moist. What a result they had in the semifinals over number 1 seed Co College in 7 games. They are hot on the trot with the momentum in their back pocket. Can they carry it through?
It's honestly so up in the air, isn't it? We were preparing for an earlier match. The earlier match didn't happen. We were like, yo, we got this. All the stats are in our heads. We've got everything. But unfortunately, the thing with Navigators, which is, of course, where this playoff is being held in, of course, you've got your different conference levels and Navigators, a little bit on the lower side in comparison to some legends out there. It's the Wild West, baby. It's the Wild West. Anything goes here. And I think it shows by the playoff bracket itself, Galvin. Only one of the series out of a possible 7, including this one, has gone to a Game 3 sweep. And that was a forfeit. So who knows? We're expecting goals galore.
And I think that plays very well to Kansas State University, who have yet to grab a game against the York Panthers this season. They have to like their chances to grab at least one, but it's a best of 7. There's plenty of time to download each other's play style. I am excited to see, however, plays like this develop. It's a solid chance for Kansas State because we know that these players have the abilities to pull off some miraculous plays. It's all about consistency here. The misses are going to mean a whole lot more as soon as one team can capitalize on the other.
9 to 10 weeks, and that's not including preseason of development, and even more development on top of that. You think that with so much development, you'd be able to build yourself a house. Well, the metaphorical house that you're looking to build here is one of unity and solidarity together, the ability to string together plays and to make something happen, to show that wherever you ended up in the group, you're going to have improved. And here, Bondo on, my goodness me, that is a car which I've not seen in a long time. I say car, it's definitely a truck, isn't it? But setting up a good play here for the York Panthers, who once again are heading off that backboard, but failed to have the confidence to go for a follow-up shot.
Decent chances, though. They've still got the ambition, the drive is there, but they're starting to extend past the comforts of their own home and try and tread into these uncharted waters of the blue Kansas State zone. It's still early goings, however. Epic OEO to collect this ball, get something started. It's all the more important for teams to get first and second chances on target, make the defense work for it, but the York Panthers look unfazed. They carry right on through as if nothing ever happened.
Here's Epic OEO interceptimatic. Moving through the corner, intercepted by the Small Moist. Ace. There's a bit of a drip feed down into the middle, but again, no one really able to go for it for the York Panthers. Again, lacking faith in themselves to be able to run the risk, add a couple of bodies up front, maybe go for interceptions such as this one, although Epic OEO was challenged. Here's Ace now. again, trying to ram it through this almost like side entrance into the box, but again, it seems like everybody's a little bit allergic of the ball, and this long clear might actually be the one that does it. Sunk by C Beach. Oh, your Panthers are going to be disappointed with this one.
Always have to watch yourself. However, you can see C Beach had faith that there was at least a challenge, wanted to turn at the midfield line and collect that ball over on the other side laterally as it moved. The play doesn't come to fruition. C Beach has to back up, unable to do so, and that is all she wrote for the first goal. But something tells me we're not done. The York Panthers have been steamrolling into the zone. Feels like only a matter of time before one of these early chances really sticks to the orange side.
Panthers in name, but they've had the Lions' share of possession and the majority of that in the final third for themselves as well. Kansas State University just displaying so much patience and catching them out. The one moment where they were sort of caught in the trenches of no man's land. Now less than 2 minutes on the clock, and Kansas State University, all things considered, looking relatively unfazed. I think they're just happy to play their own game. Small moist with a lift. It's not really going central, and that allows Ace to get the clearance. Follows up, gets the demo on Epico Woio, but unfortunately misses out on a follow-up play, and Seabeach now can again keep it slow, gets past two. Great dribble from Seabeach, perhaps a little bit early, a little bit scuffed on that shot. Ace forces the save, but here's Epico Woio, not able to reach the challenge in time. Quick around the corner, and that's going to hit the back.
You can tell, however, that rotations are still looking pretty solid for both sides. They're trying not to commit too heavily. York Panthers playing a bit farther spaced out, and I'm not sure if that's the key right now against Kansas State, who are just picking them clean at every given opportunity, but it's something that they'll come to learn as the series progresses, especially considering the fact that York Panthers, like we said, have not dropped a game to Kansas State University in the 3 that they played earlier on, but several factors of context can really weigh heavily on a result as far away as week 3 of the regular season. Right here and now, Kansas State University have clearly learned something to step up the aggression and really dominate this game.
Is it boring Rocket League to be so stable at the back and then to counter-attack? Well, in some minds, yes, perhaps, but it's getting the job done. What a great go-ahead bump play. Epico Wowio's shot ultimately unchallenged. That doubles up the lead, and I think that pretty much seals game 1 for them.
Once again, it's another challenge at the sidewall that just goes awry against the expectations of the York Panthers, and because they play so far from each other and are expecting to get an easy clear up midfield, continue that passing play, as soon as one thing doesn't go their way, the York Panthers find themselves scrambling to look for the regain. It's a big save there from Artie, but it won't amount to much if they can't get the ball moving here.
Bit of a breakaway opportunity here for 007 Bondo on the Marauder, by the way. To think I used to be the king of cars. I used to know every name in the game. It's gotten a little bit crazy, has it not? And we don't even need to worry about the cars because they all practically have the same body. But nobody on the York Panthers is going to be happy with this particular defeat. No goals on the board, 2 conceded. Very clean game from Kansas State University.
I think that's what you have to like about any team in the Navigators division, but especially Kansas State here. We can only say it so much that they were playing consistent, they were playing calculated, trying to lock things down and not trying to go out here and clip on anybody. Because again, as much as it would be fantastic to reach the finals and completely stomp away your opponents, Kansas State seemed to understand that being as calm, cool, and collected as possible is going to get them far. It is fully now on their opponents in York Panthers to figure out what steps they need to take to advance further with some confidence of their own.
But let's think about this in terms of the macro as well. You previously mentioned that previous series.
Right.
Good job, Relic. You previously mentioned the aforementioned series, let's say, between these two, which ultimately I think is so good for Kansas State University when you think about it in that context, because they didn't take a single game off the York Panthers. Already the myth that they were going to go on and have another easy ride of things has been dispelled. York Panthers yet to get on the board. Ultimately, that will be their first objective here in game number 2, to at least get 1 goal down, but they'll be hoping that it's the go-ahead goal to try and restore some parity.
Yeah, the only commonality really, at least if you consider the playoffs, both teams having played 11 games in total to get to this stage. Bit different paths for either one, but The point still stands. York Panthers have to feel like this is going to be a close battle. They can't let it slip early, however. This aggression, this ball towards the near post, something else has to come of it.
Just feels like they're lacking a little bit of communication, a couple of ifs and buts about their play. There's a couple of whiffs as well, though that's a lovely bump, unfortunately. So York Panthers, Kansas State University did have a lot of coverage on this one. Lovely play here from Artomatic, actually. Moving over to the side, and fortuitous 100 boost pickup goes towards that top pocket. Good save by Epico Woyo, and Ace caught a little bit upfield. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, center of the goal. There's a really nice bit of work there to flick it onto the backboard just to keep it safe. But it has allowed Kansas State University to encroach on their territory, get a bit of demo, and ultimately burn a little more time off the clock.
Woo, at the same time, that ball stays at the midfield line and felt like Kansas State had free possession, but they still allow the York Panthers a ticket into the show. Still, a nice touch from Seabich, at least at the near post. Demo behind the play will get Bondo out of the equation, and Ace is too far removed. Credit where credit is due. They're making sure they have someone back for the save, but Epic Oio, what a way to get up for this ball.
It's a challenge that Ace needed to make it, but then it comes down to who wins the race first and foremost. And just in terms of starting position, because Epico Woyo is already anticipating that that ball might spit out progressively for this particular Kansas State University press. He's already there, he's already on the move. He was always going to win the race, just had to get it on target, did so. And now, with the bit between their teeth, they're looking for that second to yet again keep York Panthers quiet.
This has been a solid stretch. Again, someone back, right spot, right time, the small moist, and a demo to boot around that mid-boost pad. Continues this dominance of the middle of the field from Kansas State. Pass not quite where they wanted, but look at Seabeach already prepared to receive it with pace as well. The shot is duffed and it's not going to connect, but everything about that sequence was solidly executed by Kansas State, and the York Panthers continue to struggle to get anything of semblance and a resembling of a strong offense going here. It just always works against them.
Oh, 007 Mondo might have been a little shaken and a little bit stirred up if they had put that one on target. Thankfully for their sake, they didn't. Too much on what I guess you could count as a shot towards the OG potential. They're struggling out there, Galgan, and really for me it just comes down to shots. At least get some shots on target. At least you're going to be working the defense, you know, causing Kansas State University to think a little bit about their rotations. Right now, it's a sort of tick your own answer box sort of style of exam, and Kansas State University, they have done all of the prep.
Problem is as well, Kansas State not missing the ball very often. Even if they're not hitting it exactly where they need to, York Panthers could be playing for the miss that never comes through. A solid touch from Artie to get ahead of it, and a connection by Bondo to move it quickly down the field. That's what you need in transition. Now you're trying to disrupt Kansas State, throw them off the beaten path, and right now is where the York Panthers get a mainstay of offensive pressure if they can hold on to possession, but again they get caught in this shadow catch going back down the midfield line. It doesn't last for long, but certainly the sparks are starting to show for York.
Sparks, but we're failing to see the match lit. And there's a couple of whiffs here and there again. 007 Bondo, it just seems, I mean, this is pure desperation play. It looks like a headless chicken running out there, and I understand that you want to try and make something happen, but this is not the time to be losing your head, both metaphorically and indeed very literally. I don't think there's too many toppers out here on the field. A lot of antennae I see, most certainly. There's all big brave plays from Kansas State University. Almost a great drop down here. Artie with a challenge. Up goes Epico Woyo, not going to get his second on this occasion.
Still, it's a high pop, and there's not an easy play to make here. Artie will expend all boost to get it clear, and there's a miss. Here's an opportunity for York Panthers. One miss and one awkward spot, but a demo again from Small Moist this time onto Ace. Thins out the numbers, and the York Panthers cannot consist on that offense any longer. Artie with a flick up beats one. The follow-through shot is perfectly placed and forces the double. This is the golden opportunity that the York Panthers need, but is it too little too late? The ball cleared once more. It's headed towards the orange net and a save away, but how much more do they have to do?
Too little, too late, it feels. Maybe one last opportunity. Oh, that needed a way more convincing clearance on it. And again, 007 Bondo throwing himself at it. Oh, like a lover throws oneself into another's arms. It's all loving for Kansas State University, loving the fact that they're 2-0 up in the series. They still haven't conceded a goal, Galgan. You start to really worry about the York Panthers and the mentality here, because as we already gone over it, we've got players going rogue, we've got lack of shots, we've got lack of quality demos to try and unsettle this Kansas rotation. It's all adding up into a pretty nasty stew.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, because this is not an issue where Kansas State are just playing exceptional defense because they have to, getting worldly saves. This is a lack of offensive pressure that the York Panthers, they're not able to fully follow through on a lot of their chances. Sure, they'll get a transition shot, but Kansas State has shown in transition defense they can play just as quickly. You can't really say the same for the York Panthers. They've been caught a couple of times with the ball almost going over their heads as they move back down the center of the field, where there's not a whole lot of boost for them to pick up as well if everybody's moving that same way rotation wise. There's a couple of fundamental differences, I'm with you here, that are kind of throwing the York Panthers out of balance here, out of whack. It doesn't feel like we've seen everything from them, but I don't know if they'll be able to unlock that so long as Kansas State continues playing as aggressively as they have.
They've already lost 50% of the games that they lost in regular season. Such was the strength of York Panthers in league play, in that moment in time where they had week after week cementing their successes after successes. Well, again, playoff bracket is a very different beast. Each new stage brings with it a new opponent, an opponent which they themselves have enjoyed success. They've had their highs, they've had their lows, they've had a full week to prepare for this moment in time. Kansas State University putting every moment into action right now. Game number 3, match point potential. Just 5 minutes away, but will that match potential be reached? Not on this particular occasion. It's more moist with a little bit of defense, and no one willing to follow up on Artie's infield pass.
I still like this, though, from the York Panthers. They've taken advantage on the fact that Kansas State, now that they're up 2 games, Kansas State is going to try and, dribble this ball out, get a bit flashier with their offensive chances, but they have every right to do so. The York Panthers need to put a hand up defensively, and they've tried to turn the field. Like you said, Artie with the opening flick, it had a decent chance, and the one-on-one it was saved, but you're looking for the follow-through. Now you get more opportunities for the York Panthers to go to work, but likewise, the Kansas State University defense starts to shine when they really need to, which is a great sign for the side in blue.
Ace takes to the skies, but not for too long. Small, moist. Blocked by 007 Bondo. Beach, lower post, and great interception from Ace. A dogfighter on the ground, it seems. Demo on Artie limits the counter-attacking potential, forcing Bondo all the way back. Respawn for Artie. Sea Beach! Sunk! 1-0.
All you can see is a clear goal-scoring path for Kansas State University. They dominate this sequence again because earlier on, that touch from Bondo to the near post, you do not need to have a Kansas State player be the first to that rebound. It's difficult as a defender on the York Panthers to get there for a solid 50-50. The save is great, but you've put yourself out of position enough for Kansas State to recycle the possession and get it back in the offensive zone. That's exactly what they do, and they punish you for it a bit extended away from that opening part of the sequence. It doesn't matter though. Kansas State University know the game that they need to play, and they're executing.
3 games on the time, 3 games they've gone behind. Still no goal until now. Tie game.
Finally on the score sheet, and it's Ace to deliver inside the near post. A couple of misses, but what have we kept on saying? There are mistakes being made by Kansas State University. It is on the York Panthers to get aggressive in a calculated manner. It is easier said than done, but that's how they need to score these goals, rather than trying to scrap it out in neutral play, get a transition chance, and then walk away from the zone as if it never happened. You need to try and force Kansas State into an awkward spot.
And of all players, it was going to be Ace has been starting to look head and shoulders above the rest. Artie doing their best to try and launch these counter-attacking plays. Got a free shot themselves. Great reactions from CU Beach and Kansas State University, very much setting up on the beach, aren't they? Sentries at the ready. Ace now, great challenge. Oh, Wrong place, wrong time for 007 Bondo, and again thrown away by Small Moist. 100 boost pickup, unsure of whether to do the 180 turn, too much time wasted. Small Moist down the other side of the field now, 007 Bondo. Oh, that's in field, that's almost set up perfectly for C Beach. Somehow it's Epic Warrior who comes away with it. C Beach again, goes for the shot, double tap, no! Follow up, yes!
Again, another rebound off the back wall that somebody from Kansas State is already at the top of the box for, and it's too easy for Epic OEO. It's a simple tap of the drift, and that's all it needs. Power slide to victory, but that's what Kansas State want to do. The York Panthers give them too many times to get that chance going, and Kansas State are going to score more often than not when given that opportunity. Here come the York Panthers the other way.
One team at the watchtowers, one team abandoning their posts. 90 seconds left for York Panthers to try and find another. They've only found one throughout the entire series. A reminder, if you're just joining us, gotta be no too high. 007 Bondo still struggling to find their way into this series.
You still like that look, however. Kansas State, I feel like going into this game, I did ask some questions about their defense, and who would have known there are holes in the armor. It is not quite airtight for Kansas State.
Artimatic or artistic, lovely play. Globes galore for their goal explosion. Doesn't matter how it went in, doesn't matter whether there's questions of the defense. It did went in. That is the reality that Kansas State University now have to live with. 2-2 with just over 60 seconds left on the clock. And Ace once again through the middle, got a chance, but that shot's gone wide.
Now we start to get into the nitty-gritty for this series. Small Moist getting called off of that ball, goes for the rebound, but a no-boost challenge is not going to be very favorable, although finding through the gap that York Panthers create themselves, and a team bump to boot. Artie does not make contact, but here's a nice pass down very graciously to Ace, who taps in a leading goal for the York Panthers.
Is this Star Trek? Because I can hear red alert in the Kansas State University camp. Panic stations and just complete elation on the other side for York Panthers. They're not going to care about how they've gotten this lead. They've got 39 seconds to hold on to it.
It's a solid kickoff for both sides, still locked at the middle of the field. Here comes the follow-through, however. Double tap not available. Unable to follow through, but Small Moist misses on the challenge. Ace to try and turn it back into the near post. Gotta watch out for the breakaway here. You've got a demo. Ace is still cheating up in the zone to cause havoc on no boost and forces two defenders to go. Kansas State couldn't get the opportunity they wanted, but now here's their last chance.
Oh, too much from Small Moist. Sea Beach infield pass, but York Panthers are setting up the wall. They're building it strong. Small Moist, up it goes, spiked, but nobody's in the center to follow it. Only the York Panthers to smother Sea Beach. Nice use of the card to try and spike it up, but no. It will remain only one series in this entire playoff bracket that's a sweep. At least one game on the board, but more importantly, 3 goals for the York Panthers.
And I have to say, this didn't feel like it was headed for a sweep. I
No.
again have to remember saying that it felt like York Panthers haven't fully unlocked everything yet. And I think they're just now starting to warm up into it, which is what a best of 7 is perfect for. You've got that time to make the adjustments. I don't know how convinced I am at this stage, and I feel like you may feel the same way, but again, a game win is a game win. They are back in the door.
I feel this was as much a Kansas State capitulation as it was York Panthers, or the majority of, I guess, at least, finding their feet. I think Ace was outstanding in terms of just shouldering the responsibility of the series, realizing, hold on a second, we're sinking without a trace here, and at least going in for those challenges. Sometimes you need a bit of luck of your side. You know, sometimes you need that ball to spit out into the midfield to allow someone to chase it, to then lead up into an attacking press or a shot straight off the rip in some cases. Ace finds that goal, and then Artimatic finds the confidence to go and shoot themselves, and that was off a good play as well. If we can see Bondo stepping up to the same level as these guys, we've got a great series on our hands. But like you say, it's ifs and buts at this point. I want to see one more game in their pocket to be a little more convinced.
By the same merit, if you look at Kansas State and how they've tried to push forward, we've seen a couple of powerful plays from all 3 players, but you kind of do wonder if they do start to ask this question of how are we going to close this series out in the lead, or at the very least with whatever advantage we can muster, you kind of wonder if somebody does need to step up and be that large playmaker. We've seen Sea Beach defensively, Epic OEO offensively. Small Moist has done very well in a support position. Everybody has their role here on Kansas State, but who is going to be the one to carry the squad through? Or will it truly be the three-headed Hydra all the way through the series? You gotta start to adapt and overcome, because the York Panthers are making moves.
This ain't no battle royale, but someone's been to the casino and won big. Bondo is the house, because they've just won themselves and your Panthers the first go-ahead goal for the team this entire series. Kansas State University, perhaps I'd be a little more worried actually if they were on 3 wins, because I'd be thinking, oh goodness me, is match point scenario getting to their heads? But honestly, they've got a bit of time to respond here now. York Panthers in full flow, all 3 players starting to, finally come online in the truest of senses. But first and foremost, they've got to defend away this particular attack, Galga. York Panthers looking better by the second. And
it's a proving point now for Kansas State, playing down in the deficit. We saw it towards the end of game number 3. They've got plenty of time, everything to work for. That 0-1 looks mighty attainable to any team that comes underneath it. But for Kansas State, a couple of misses here, forced to jump for a ball that's not quite in the best spot. Sea Beach still with a solid clear, takes advantage of a miss, but goes wide on that redirect. You can't really blame Sea Beach too much there, but you do kind of hope that Kansas State, who have shown that they can throw somebody down at the bottom of the box, they'd be able to do it. What a save on the other side by Small Moist, but they're not done yet.
And no, they are not. They're actually going to be leading the transition away. Loose. And that shot's going to go wide. Ace with the coverage. Epic Owoyo looking to rotate round, but York Panthers latch onto it. Small Moist watching as this is thrown back into Orange hands, giving it up freely to the York Panthers. Ace, Moist again, that's got to be cleared, and it will be, all the way down the other end! Oh, Sea Beach says see ya!
How do you draw this one up without an art degree? It just falls to the bottom of the box and plunk, there it goes, right over Small Moist's head. And that is your tying goal with 2:44 to play. I don't think the York Panthers can really come hard down on themselves too much for a sequence like that. They're trying to get a little ambitious, and you can't really fault them, but you wonder what could have been if that pinch goes the other way. York Panthers almost nullify that conversation, and they're still looking for more with odd bouncers in.
It's an exasperated equalizer for Kansas State University. Bit of fresh air for them at least as they end up back on level terms, but they know more than anybody the fortune that was required to see that one go in the first place. Your Panthers, I agree with you completely, when you're pressing that far up the pitch, and that's just part of your style, honestly. There's not much you can do. Those goals are going to happen. You've still not gone behind, which is the most important thing, and Bondo knows this, as does Sea Beach, who defends this particular pass into the center away. Small Moist leaves it to Sea Beach, and that's going to go around the corner. Small Moist going for the demo, but no demo found. Excellent evasion skills. Ace now keeping it up, going to the backboard, setting up for maybe the impossible angle. No, and that's heading corner bound.
Solid rotations, though, from the York Panthers. They just need the ball to go with them, and Small Moist will take a free gift away. Sea Beach is the only one who can get to this ball, sends it on target, and buries it. You can see that goal coming from miles away.
And that's where you've got to ask, where on earth were the York Panthers? Well, one had rotated back, that was Ace, but that's a brilliant run from Small Moist, who continues to rotate out with a wide circumference, covers off that protective layer, effectively. That last defender who was coming back into position with boost to boot. And that is what secures the goal. Excellent team play, great comms, Kansas State University back ahead.
You want to talk about the aggression that it takes for these teams to step forward. Kansas State, at least from the eye test, squarely winning this demo game without question. That is something that the York Panthers lack in their arsenal that could get them further. As I say, Bondo delivers, and here's Artie with a center pass. Chance goes to flick, throws everybody off, and then they double commit pinch to get it clear.
That's quite extraordinary. I don't know how much they meant that, but it sure did look great. Rule of cool will rule the day, although that wasn't cool at all. That was a mishandle. Back into the center. Whiffington Central. Oh, and Bondo fires off the post. Unfortunate.
Oh dear, fired the penalty way wide, right off the post. York Panthers still look for the equalizer. It's Artie to receive and just boom, clears it. Oh, a touch redirect attempt does not fall. It is aimed for the back wall. Now Artie with another center pass, but there's no help. You've got to commit somebody deep to this play now that you're in the deficit. But Kansas State putting up a defensive wall of their own.
These cats have learned how to swim. And they're doing a front stroke straight towards the net. Another shot fires wide. Bondo forced to move away. Sea Beach trying to buy time. Demo's ace. Loose. Epica Worio. That's back forward. That falls down. That's a follow-up shot. No, it's a miss. Again, more time wasted. The ball untouched for the last 5 seconds. Kansas State onto match point.
And yet we continue to stay close in this series, but nothing about what I just saw from that brief glimpse of the scoreboard looked close whatsoever. Offensively, the York Panthers went to town, but how much does that mean if they only find one through? I am getting, again, flashbacks to me saying, oh, the Kansas State defense, they haven't really had to play that much. We haven't really seen that much. Forgive me, they are the greatest defense that the Great Plains Navigators Division have and probably will ever see, because my goodness, they pulled everything off that they needed to.
They really did. And considering that one of the goals was just madness and a ricochet in the truest of senses, the other one was probably one of the best team plays that we've seen today in regards to a duo working together and having, you know, a great call onto each other. You know, that was a bit of a punch and steal, I would argue, from Kansas State University. York Panthers are going to be feeling bad about that one, but you know, that's it's part of the joys and the honestly the ruthlessness of these playoff brackets is now they know that they've got to win 3 on the bounce to win the entire thing. It's as simple as that. They cannot lose again, Galgan. Otherwise, they're heading home with very sad eyes indeed.
Well, the stakes are very clearly laid out here for Game 5 and on. Kansas State University, 1 win away. That's all it takes. That's all that's required. No pressure whatsoever, right? You've got 3 chances here. We've seen teams struggle to close a series out. It's a different beast when you know that all you need is just that one small victory. The York Panthers, first step of many to take, but they feel equipped to do it. It's just all in their hands.
The esport's been going long enough, Galgan. The tales of version 1 have become pure myth. A team no longer existing, but their legacy remaining, what they were about remaining, and York Panthers still remain in this whilst they have parity, whilst they have games to be won, and Kansas State University do not put the ball in the back of the net. I mean, York Panthers really did have an open net opportunity early doors here, and that chance has gone a-begging. Another chance here, too much mustard on that one. The counter-attack from Sea Beach is going to launch. Let's see whether they can defend it, Panthers.
Oh, it's the problem, though, when you get to the Navigators division. You ask so many hypotheticals. That should have been a goal. That should have been a save. That should have been a clear or at least a hit. You can't get caught up in it too much. The game moves too fast for that sort of stuff. Kansas State University moved too quickly out of their own zone, but the York Panthers at the very least are really putting some pressure to the corners and the back wall now. It's all on Kansas State to find these jumps at the right time, but they're leaving gaps open, and pulling the ball from the goal line is Epic Oeo. That's the first save. What comes next? Ace trying to drop something down, but it's too little too late.
Mistakes will happen, that's sure and fine. What I like from Kansas State University is that they've adapted to a mistake of their own from earlier in the series where they were behind. It was the game that they lost against Panthers to this point, and they were lacking boost in the counter-attacking area, so they really are prioritizing these 100 pickups everywhere within their range of sight. They're covering their back boosts perfectly. They're ranging out into the midfield to pick up the 100 boost on the midline as well, and that in turn is meaning that York Panthers have less to work with themselves. It's a surefire strategy to at least keep the Panthers locked away in a cage.
It's an adjustment that the Panthers need to make. They've got to get more midfield presence here, but already being demoed is not going to help their case. Epic Oio tries to set something up, and there's the run from Small Moist, now down to Epic Oio at the top of the box, who's always been there to try and capitalize. It's leaking out towards that bottom corner, but Sea Beach will not be rewarded just yet. Kansas State trying to sneak some through the York Panthers defense that is as scrambled as they have ever been this series, but Epic Oio pulls back and gives the York Panthers an out here.
Scrambled, yes. But no goal poached for the Panthers either. Good challenge from Ace, 1v1. No, it's not! There was a crossfield opportunity there. And another opportunity that goes a-begging. Sea Beach with a save against a much more determined effort from Artie. Is Ace taking to the sky? That's going to go to the other side of the pitch. No shots here. Back into the center. Demo on Ace. Miss from two players. Bondo with a quick turn. Bondo, no! Again, great defense from individuals here on Kansas State University. Epic Owoyo this time. Set up infield. Looking for that drop down. Intercepted.
This offense, though, proves that the York Panthers will not go over easy. Much like Benedict Cumberbatch, they will find a way to sleuth through the series and make a real mystery out of how they stole this one away. But there's no score on either side yet, still with 80 seconds to play. It's a challenge deep in the corner. Small Moist comes through. Beautiful center. Somebody's got to get up, and Ace does. But here's the run. Epic Oio gets demoed, likely going as fast to create a demo of their own. But here goes Bondo on the other side. York Panthers waiting for it to drop. Center is Artie, but we'll have to settle for the side wall here with 60 remaining.
Teams being asked to play faster than they would like to, and very much unlike Robert Downey Jr., you can't just stop time momentarily to think out your entire game plan. Oh, Sea Beach didn't get enough on it, and Artie sneaks it under.
Trying to tuck that one into the grass, but all it finds is the goal. Bondo pushes through the corner and creates chaos in order for Artie to dive to the top of the box, taking a page out of the Kansas State University playbook, trying to get that attacker in the picture early and sneaking them through the defense. They've done so well. 45 seconds to defend this lead.
Not quite elementary, my dear Galgan. But is there yet more goals to be found here in game number 4? Certainly if Kansas State University have anything to say about it, good demo. Epic Owoyo was 1v2 and again with limited boost. They did so well at not just boost conservation, but boost searching, boost seeking, and now a complete miscommunication. Artie punishes them with a dagger of a goal.
And that is all it takes. Seeing through the smoke and the diversions, Kansas State University struggle to find their way clear of each other's bumpers. And that very well could see us into Game 6 here. The comeback would be absolutely insane from Kansas State University, unlike anything we've seen in this series. But hey, it's a good kickoff. They've got a chance. Clear from the back wall from Ace will at least delay it from getting center, but no, Epic Oio. That's the run you have to make. You've been doing it all series long, and at the one moment of calling to give yourselves a chance to close it out in 5 instead, you let it slip to 6.
And it's the genius, Galgan. It was there right in front of us. The genius of a name worthy of Moriarty. Oh my goodness, the joke comes full circle. But we're not quite full circle with the series just yet. It is best of 7. Still a long way to go for the York Panthers. But yet another shoot of hope. And I feel this one is more pertinent to the conversation, because when you're in that prime seat position, when you're one win away, potentially one goal away from winning the entirety of the bracket, from cementing yourselves as, in this case, the best in the Great Plains Navigators Division Conference, whatever you want to call it, the pressure does get to you. You do start to question yourself. And I think that final goal, that second goal, just encapsulates the problems that are now appearing for Kansas State University.
And it begins to get dangerous when the York Panthers head to Baker Street and start to get cooking. Something scrumptious is emitting a smell from the oven, and I'm ready to feast. I well and truly am. But again, the York Panthers, it's all on how you start. We've seen the impact of taking the lead early on. Kansas State have been able to claw it back, but there were some real miscommunications and missteps happening in their play last game that can start to snowball if you're not careful.
Have you met the Muffin Man? Well, we're certainly not on a trip to Dreary Lane, that much is for sure. This series has been positively excellent, enthralling, and an opening goal within the first minute would certainly do Kansas State the world of good. City, State, doesn't matter. See you at the beach.
I'm watching this sequence back, and I know exactly how Artie feels in that moment. Like, we just have front row seats, it's zero boost, there's nothing you can do. Kansas State play that very well. Give credit where credit is due, but oh, that is just so painful. You want somebody else to get in there. You want Artie to be screaming, or at the very least spamming the need boost quick chat, but not to be. It's the first goal, and an early one for Kansas State.
And the worst thing there as well is, I mean, again, it's part of the pure joy and bliss of this division is sometimes you show respect to your opponents and they are just gonna flat out whiff. No whiff here. The small moist has doubled the lead.
It's been so important this entire series. You've got to mark the attacker who is at the top of the box because so many players are taking these touches off the back wall and they don't have the pace to clear the net. It just ends up right in the center, right at the top of the box. You're giving a free penalty kick to your opposition, and Kansas State University have taken advantage of it time and time again. That's why I called out Epic OEO making that run at the end of game number 5. We've seen it so many times, and it's had a baffling success rate. It rivals the brotherly shove of the Philadelphia Eagles, and yet it still isn't being banned. Roger Goodell, nowhere to be seen.
Yikes. But not in total downtrodden territory just yet are the York Panthers. 2 goals, 3 minutes 30. This is Rocket League, and I say that phrase totally unironically because there is so much time left on the clock, and a breakaway might just provide. Small moist forced against the backboard. Ace infield was hoping for a bit more proactivity from Bondo, I think it was on the other side then. Yeah, and unfortunately just not able to get there first. Kansas State University sets up nicely. Now it's 1v0. Make that 1v0. What am I talking about? It's 1v1. Doesn't matter because it's thrown away. Small moist goes up, and again it's into the midfield. It's all very samey from York Panthers. Got to get a little bit more creative.
I choose to believe that the statement "this is Rocket League" is just to stop me from rambling about American football, because everybody's more fixated on this highly entertaining game, and I'm right there with you. But there are analogies to be made right now, and so far, Kansas State University, again, defensively, the showing has to be convincing here. That's one of the better chances we've seen for the York Panthers, with Bondo just gets a little too high up on the play, doesn't find all of the ball. Racing towards it is Ace, however, unable to dig out that double from the corner, but the York Panthers continue to turn this one around as much as they can.
Caught between two minds at the moment, York Panthers. They're getting into great positions, but then what do they do with it in the face of an on-rushing attacker? Do you go into no man's land so that you keep possession? Or do you go straight for net? And it's another crossing of the park. Is this Ghostbusters or what?
Once again, Artie tries to get that one through. And yes, the streams may have been crossed well before the shot was taken, but it doesn't matter. Contact was made. Double the commit, double the power, as I tend to say. It works out all of the times that it doesn't not work out. So we'll take it. The York Panthers back within 1.
Who are you going to call? And through to the backboard. York Panthers now just need to find one more. And at least that is an overtime lurking on the horizon rather than the big fat L, the most important L of their series to date. It's the L that would see them out of the competition, but to avoid it, again, I must reiterate, they have to find another, and Kansas State University responding well, dispossessing it every which way.
Still a nice touch here from Small Moist, misses on the sidewall, but Look is at the midfield ready to receive, forces the pop out of the defense, but Epic OEO on a beautiful follow-through against Kansas State University out of the zone again. Ace with a low carry, goes for the low challenge. Will somebody elevate this ball? We saw Kansas State University do very well trying to get the ball up to the backboard to initiate their offense. The York Panthers have liked to play it slow and low to the ground, but they have to watch it because, again, Sea Beach makes the run and Kansas State gets a 2-goal lead.
It just runs away from Bondo. Great read from Small Moist. And a better call to allow Sea Beach the license to move up and throw that one into the back of the net. The 1 goal becomes 2 once again, and now time is very much against them. Less than 60 to go.
Bondo, however, this is how you want to roll the kickoff, and it's there, but Ace sends it into the ground. Artie to put it back goes top corner. You need a goal in that sequence. Kansas State have the resources to push the ball back out into the York Panthers defensive zone, but here comes Bondo back the other way off the kickoff before, but now removed from it. 1, 2, 3, Artie double. No, it stays high somehow.
They're on the ropes, Kansas State University, but they've got their water bottle and their coach right next to them. Big clearance. Artie stops it. Only goes for as far as Sea Beach. Round the corner. Demo. This would surely be it. No. Artie has to throw it downtown and quick, but misses the launch. So unfortunate. And that might just be all she wrote for the York Panthers. Consigned to the history books of the fall season. It's revenge. It's a dish best served cold on the fields of Rocket League. Kansas State University win in the Great Plains.
And no L's in the names of the players of the York Panthers, but only 2. Those of the small moist in Kansas State University, and 2 is all that the York Panthers managed to grab. It's a beautiful championship win for Kansas State University, where I feel like they played the more complete series as we went on. Sure, there were mistakes on both sides, and we could talk at length about how those led to a large majority of the scoring chances, but it's all about how you capitalize, how you make the most out of those mistake-ridden situations. And Kansas State University consistently scrambled well on defense, moved their transition offense into a very good position early on, and always those goal line runs that started at the top of the box. Some second player in the rotation for Kansas State University was always ready to take a shot, and that was something that the York Panthers never fully got ready for.
Never felt like it was going for them, was it? For a cat-themed team, they only had 4 lives in the end. All 4 of them used up. I couldn't agree with you more. Just felt like they came into the series a little bit underbaked. Felt like they had to go back into the oven for a bit. And sure, what you got at the end of the day was a pretty tasty product, but there was already something up there on the shelf. Its name was Kansas State University, and it's on its way home to be served up with a beautiful slice of victory. That's going to be it from us, but there's plenty more NECC Rocket League action on the way, folks. When we return, more finals, more gameplay, more of exactly what you want. NECC will be back after this.
Welcome back to the NECC. It's Rocket League Finals time, and you're back with the best, not just players, but also casters. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Tugboat. Yes, he may shake his head, but that mustache is killer thriller, and I can't wait to be back with you in the booth, man. How you been? We're set for the finals.
Absolutely. Very, very excited for this as well. But yes, NECC, hey, I may not be Mr. Right, but I am Mr. Right now. They said they needed a caster post-haste, and I got it here for you, Monkey Man. Good to get back in the saddle with you.
It's always good to be able to have you back. And of course, you guys got to see a great final just a moment ago. And in case you wanted maybe like a part 2 Electric Boogaloo to the Great Plains, we're going to the third place match. So to give you that extra, we're going to be going over to Mizzou versus Coe College, the Tigers and the Eagles. And you know that the Tigers, they'd actually made a short run through this bracket, trying to upset everyone as the number 6 seed. They did it over the number 3. And when they faced against the Panthers, just didn't work out for them. But we got some rosters right around the corner.
Absolutely. Also worth mentioning, Missouri, Coe College, both coming in from different sides of the division, so we have not seen regular season gameplay between these two teams coming in here. That said, Monkey Man, I think the writing might be on the wall a little bit. Missouri Tigers, fantastic job upsetting up to this point. Obviously, they did not get here by mistake, though.
No, they did not. No, this is a team that did put York Panthers through their paces, but it was very divergent from the very close-knit Game 7 that was lost by Coe College, who was the number 1 seed heading into this playoff, and then was ultimately upset by the eventual champions that was the Kansas State Wildcats. But we're going to showcase to you who's going to be going out into the pitch. First up is going to be the Tigers of Mizzou as they get Kroller, Veggie. Kroller going to be out there twice here. Okay, cool.
Wow. Okay. Okay, I love that. Perhaps like a copy of themselves playing on the pitch as well. We're gonna have to check the rule books on that one, folks. We're gonna have to check the rule books, but yes, guaranteed to be 3 different players here than the Navigators division of the Missouri squad. Let's take a look. Coe College now. This is the Eagles here coming on in to do battle against the number 6 seed. That is Creed, that is Pyro, and that is Rain, as I am assuming here, the Eagles, Coe College.
Oh, yeah, and I believe that we've received some on-the-field intel that it is Kimbo that's going to be slicing up some of the good work out there on the pitch. And so this is going to be another best of 7. This is for 3rd place, in case anyone did not know. So 3rd place, everyone continues to get that seeding going into the spring. And of course, whenever you see the activations and of course the different divisions as they play more than I guess not just this semester but into the next. And of course, sorry about that one, different osprey, different prey bird, different kind. It's the co-hawks. That makes sense. So a co-op, if you will, of education as well as different animals. So we're gonna be going out onto this. We're talking about maybe this was kind of the Mizzou just Cinderella story getting cut off short here in the fall semester, and the Coe College, well, they want to go back to work.
Absolutely. Yeah, don't shut off the fairy tale quite yet. I like my hero stories. Okay, nicely done. Very early off the backboard and inside. Rain spreading those wings already.
You know, Kimbo was trying to pretend to be that Kroller clone that we had spoken of a moment ago, and they kind of missed on the clone dance down there on the challenge. So that freed things up for a big bang all the way to the back wall, and the Cohawks are going to be the first on the board. And, you know, when these two teams not having played in the regular season, that means both are trying to find the identity of the other, but Coe College, I mean, they were primed for championship, and they fell just short.
Oh, 100%. There's 30 seconds in. A lot more aggression right here against Coe College. Mizzou and Mosley playing off the back foot as of right now, just trying to get this even to mid-pitch is proven to be a difficult task here, Monkey Man.
Yeah, this has been somewhat difficult as they are playing from the corners, and of course you're seeing all of the Cohawks playing very far forward, even on soft challenges just right there by Pyro, present a wealth of opportunities and a defensive stop that actually just kind of goes awry as they work from side to side. But the first minute has had really the Cohawks running upfield. Kimbo at least finds a tiny gap and a little bit of light.
Yeah, nicely done. Now, this is going to be some more pressure, though Coe College gets it past one. Rain does, not finding the second there. That's multiple shots for them. Would have been the second goal actually made in so far as we hit about 90 seconds here, Monkey Man.
And with Pyro trying to just slowly tumble things down. You've had all of the one escape route, and now with the put away, you do have numbers committed out here to the midfield. No, Coe College has been leaning forward. A bit of a first whiff, and then the second man was right behind them. So trapped in the side of the same zone, and it's the Tigers that will punish.
Yes, it will. These Tigers will bite. Now tied this one back up 90 seconds. And see if this game kind of slows down here more. This is a best-of-7 series, Monkey Man, so of course there's a little bit more leeway for whoever does go forth and lose is game 1. Nice hit. That's even more pressure, but Rain actually kind of splits the decision right there, and frequently when you do that, the decision's going to end up making you. No opportunity for a shot offensively after that one.
It's almost overthinking it. And Rain decides no think, only ball, boosts their way from the midfield and just streaks towards it as fast as they possibly could. A double commit defensively, but the third man in Kroller will be able to pick it up, and there is some space being driven up with. And the Tigers really haven't given up too much more. They had that first challenge loss that then ended up on their backboard, but ultimately they've been able to keep the Cohawks at bay and forcing these defensive efforts.
Cohawks on the defense for the first time in a little while. Now a shot right there. All three members of College down bottom, but that triple up right there and not spreading the field is not going to bite them this time. Kroller comes up to it. There will be no duplicate down bottom and inside there for Kroller.
Kroller's got an extra L in their name, and that's to hand out to the Cohawks of College, as this one was everyone stuck in the nest. They were roosting, and the Tigers came through boosting. So over the midway mark of game number 1, Tigers have taken 2 in a row.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2:15 on the clock right here. As you said, Mizzou, Tigers right here. A back and forth affair. We were kind of talking in the pre-show right here that this might have been really very much a back and forth effort, and I'm going to say that is proven true here as the Hawks put in their second.
Game number 1s, especially a best of 7s, but even more so a best of 5s, are very variable. And everyone's trying to get warmed up, and this is, like you mentioned, a much longer race to have to run. And with College, they started off very feisty and fast. Tigers more recently have been able to settle in a lot better, but it's not like we haven't seen them on defense. Nice handoff. They just drop it to their teammate's nose, and then that one gets paused straight in the blue stripes. Kimbo going to be called. Now their number going through, but a great save. That's Pyro that's going to keep this one even Stevens.
Fantastic stuff right there. Taking a look at the numbers ever so briefly. This is College with 9. Count them, 9 shots attempted and evenly as distributed as you can. Pyro, Rain, Creed all with 3 apiece. Kroller and Kimbo only combining for 3 though, so Missouri's shot efficiency so much better right now, Monkey Man.
They're pinned back though, Tugboat. They're only able to be efficient because they don't get those same chances. Kimbo luckily doesn't bite too hard, or else that last one could have been free. Creed is trying to keep this one upfield, but great work by Veggie. One extra look. Kimbo having to play again very patiently as they take on man. And now with a turn, you have a very awkward situation. The defender will go through, but no, Kimbo is being a defensive mastermind.
Yeah, Kimbo with the slice. Nice defensive stop right there and hit it way on the other side. Immediately, College find themselves in the defensive stance. Now a little hit, but this is actually going to put in the breadbasket right here of a College member. Nice job from this aloft player. I believe that was Kimbo as well. Just making sure that this one not as dangerous as it was before. Finding a hit and a demo right here. Pyro will be back with us in just a couple of seconds.
Kimbo continues to be the anchor for Mizzou right now, really giving them some sincere life when the Cohawks want to otherwise snuff it out. Less than a half minute remaining. Guess who? Kimbo trying to hand it off over the Veggie. That's going to be Kroller, the third man up, and that is going to be an empty net, but it goes all the way upfield, and the College Cohawks now are under fire. That one's going to the sidewall, and sadly, this one is inaccurate and wide. Kroller will rend at least one bird lifeless, and it's going to get paused upfield with less than 10 seconds.
Nicely done. So, hey, we're going to get a game 1 overtime, it seems. If this doesn't come forth and something done, it does. And a game 1 overtime, I am here for it, Monkey Man. A litany of saves right now from Mizzou. Yeah, what you said earlier is 100% right. Literally twice as much, 6 total saves for Mizzou. Kroller with 4. College only with 3 across 3 players.
It's crazy. Like, honestly, like they've been able to exist from their heels, but very secure is the wall behind them because they've been denying College from finding those same numbers. Now, that I don't know if it's going to be duplicated going into later games, but a shot all the same as Kroller comes through, and the Tigers will stun the Cohawks.
Yeah, nicely done. A game 1 right here. This has been upset city for Mizzou frequently, obviously, outside of the previous match to get them here in this 3rd and 4th place. So, it's interesting right here that Co-College, you prefaced it right there. Taking a look, numbers, that's 12 total shots Co-College, only 5 for the side of Mizzou. If this gets into a situation, Monkey Man, where the Missouri Tigers are able to just simply spend more time in the offense, I think we might get closer to a breakaway series right here after this game one. Of course, it going as close as it can.
Yeah, in game ones, they can really be all right. How do we receive the attack? What's the identity of this team? And obviously, Co-College acts from the midline forward of the pitch. And the Tigers, they seem to be very receptive to that. Now, eventually, Co-College is going to get mindful of, all right, Kinbo seems to be kind of the keyed up player, at least in that late term of game number 1, who was really stopping us. We need to, put someone on them, get a demo sweeper, move through the goal line, get people out of the way, because they did a lot of work and they had a lot of shots, but then ultimately the counterplay game is what gave the advantage to the Tigers.
Yeah, 100%. If you took 3 of these offensive shots and just turned them straight up into demos, taking away the main offensive juggernaut of this Missouri squad, I'd 100% agree with you, Monkey Man.
Game number 2. Kroller was able to find a late-term theatric that gave Mizzou a Game 1 win, and I truly don't see identities of series for best of 7s until about Game 3. So we still have another feeler-out piece here in Game number 2. The Tigers would love to be able to double stack a couple of dubs, and the Cohawks already under that same fire that the Tigers were finding late. A double commit will actually force everyone to be up, and they're going to really retreat right now.
Yeah, there's not been an honest shot on goal quite yet. This is standard best-of-7 series stuff, right? Both teams just really, really slowing it down in game number 2. This is the first real offense that either team has seen so far. What a hit right there. Perfectly lofted right over the heads of some defense. Hey, I asked for a shot, and we got it.
You had I think that was Kinbo going a little bit too fast as Kroller and as well as Veggie were inside that near side corner, and the initial touch was found by Kroller, and then Kinbo just goes streaking on by with no connection. So they take advantage of it when it's fed there, and then Veggie was escorted from out of the goal line. Physicality is king. Kinbo looking to do the same thing. Kroller is able to finish it off, and we're tied up early.
Back and forth we go. A boxing match so far, with one player landing a shot, another one coming immediately afterwards. This coming, maybe 10 seconds. There are 2 attempted shots, Monkey Man. There are 2 goals on the board.
Hey, we're 100% of the way. If it stays that way, I'll go buy a lottery ticket, because that usually doesn't happen unless we end up with just, no one else taking shots until overtime. But regardless, we do have at least return of pressure. Co-College is a bit of deja vu. They were able to score first in game number 1. What a nice soft touch, and what a big save again. Kinbo consistently rotating through, and they recognized how much responsibility they got to do from outside to inside of the box.
Yeah, so 90 seconds or so into this one, Kinbo, there's the demos that we were looking for, but immediately Co-College can't even get this one out, even with that real offensive player deleted off the field for a couple of seconds. Kroller is back, tries to put this up and loses the 50, and now Missouri going to be on back heels for just a second. 3 different players all in pretty much the same exact spot. That's a little tipper, but this is a big clear back the other way.
Kinbo knows that they have Kroller to back them up whenever there is a slight issue defensively. They had to pre-jump and just kind of guess where that next shot was going, but Kroller was on the other side of Veggie, who's just the tiniest bit slower. This one now crawling back upfield for Co-College. Kinbo on the miss, but Veggie fills the gap right behind as we work on our 3rd minute here of game number 2.
Ooh,
and Cohawks, okay, so that one sneaks on by, and they're going to get an extra chance on offense.
Yeah, Kroller all right there almost puts it in themselves off of a bad redirect from the ceiling here. Now there's a big breakaway. That first shot was wide. Creed going to get the save right there, hit way on off to the right side. Fastest this game has gone here in game number 2 so far.
This has been one of those where you would say, all right, it's the running game in a football game, but not quite. This has been a lot of just handling the ball and no one getting out of bounds. So quickly, the clock is just ticking away. Co-College and Mizzou still very knotted up. Kroller as well as Veggie in the same zone. They're going to rotate the same direction, so Kinbo has to come up as well to fill that same gap. But now, looking for bumps, Creed dodges. And this is going to be Veggie praying they can get there after a demo, but that does put the man advantage up for the Tigers, but there's sadly no shooter on that pass.
Yeah, Missouri is just not spreading the field enough here, and I get it. They're wanting to play at least one man back all the time. Somebody consistently rotating, picking up boosts, and getting in the defensive side for big breakaway potentials. Man, oh man, that's the best look that Cole College has gotten outside of their actual goal.
It's going to be a slow roller. They're looking for another chance, and Kroller was another guess jump between themselves and Kimbo. They really are just kind of figuring out the puzzle, and just one jump at a time. Veggie on this outside corner, and that's going to be another drop down, and Kroller in a right place, right time, finds it from the goal line. 80 seconds to go, and it becomes a 2v2. Veggie, it's going to go to the backboard. Awkward placement by Pyro. Oh, but this could be a foot race upfield.
Yeah, now pressure back on the other way right here. Was that 2 whiffs on the Missouri goal? Oh my God! You're not gonna get granted opportunities like that on one player pretty frequently. This literally should be 2-1 right now.
So there's a lot of faith, trust, and pixie dust in your teammates out there, and sadly, no magic happened for anyone on the side of the Cohawks. But they get another chance. They're going to challenge against Kroller, and now up into this corner, Veggie goes streaking on by, and they've had a couple threats. They had one that probably woulda, coulda, shoulda been in. 40 seconds left, and yet overtime seems to weirdly be looming.
Yeah, once again, after a game 1 that got down there, 5 total scores right there, and Missouri did take it down, but 30 seconds to go right here. Well, it's kind of a decision for both of these teams to make, right? Do we want to pour it all into offense, try and take this goal, and risk dropping one? If you're the Hawks, I'm going to say definitely not. If you're Missouri, hey, get aggressive with it. The worst thing that can happen is you can tie up the series.
Veggie from downtown. Gonna put it laterally. That at least puts it into a slightly safer zone. Kimbo has a step ahead. Third man, that's going to be just above the backboard. A pre-jump. Oh, looking for the dunk. Second man already sweeping in. And this is going to be airborne. There's going to be one extra look for Kroller to maybe sneak over to it, but he doesn't have enough boost to encroach on the defenders. So we again go to bonus Rocket League.
We were talking about breakaways. We were talking about sweeps. Well, not getting either here, at least in game 1 or 2. Missouri fighting to try and take their second goal or game right here. Pyro trying to pick up this pass nicely. Oh no, excuse me. I thought that was Pyro actually getting the demo right here, kind of seeking out Kroller. Not going to happen.
Their namesake feels like they should have been the one getting the explosion, but sadly not going to happen, at least for the Cohawks. And now awkward for Pyro as he has to power flick it from a lateral position at the midfield. He has a teammate, soft tap, give it to Creed. He actually gets a flip reset onto it, but will lose handles. Kimbo doing the same thing and the run ahead as they're going to work back to the perimeter where there's 2 Cohawks in weight of that corner. Veggie goes early, and Kroller is again going to at least stretch this field a little bit wider. The first minute ticking off, and now looking for a pinch play. Cohawks just can't quite get it on target.
I love the look right there, right? No boost in the tank, not necessary to try and execute that pinch play, but teammate kind of getting involved with it, but also teammate kind of had a better angle on it, so take that for what you will. Kroller, that's going to be a little bit outside, but actually hits corner bar right now, and then not one but 2 players can't really get a good hit on this one, and back to center pitch we go, Monkey Man.
Yeah, that really does puts Kroller kind of in that initial position to have to be defensive, and guess what? They're the first one to come up to it, and Co College has not been able to have a spunky offense. They've really just kind of been crawling around. They see the pipes, they get up there, and then they have more of that third row seat than a front row, and no pace behind them as they come streaking down. So more than 100 seconds now here in game number 2, overtime. Kimbo just make sure he gets us over the archway as they just try to take it through a lot of traffic. They get it through 2. And now jousting, looking for one big 50-50, but Pyro just has a little bit more in the tank. But now they're zeroed out, and that's Kroller trying to streak up on up.
Yeah, the numbers disparage between these two teams, also a thing of the past here. 7 total shots Missouri. We're looking at 10 for Coe College.
Uh-oh.
And now this is a really weird hit, and Rain is going to take it down for Coe College. The second overtime game going the way of the Cohawks.
As soon as you saw this positioning, you knew it was kind of all scuffed because Veggie was trying to rotate onto the near side post, and I think the tiniest connection off of their hood ended up, instead of turning the corner, went out into open waters. So Coe College, they're able to capitalize on what ultimately was just a war of attrition. By the end there, it was the Tigers with no boost. They were like, oh, dang. And so you can't quite counterattack and clear a ball with no boost. And so they grinded out. And like you said, it was at worst going to tie up the series. So now we head to game 3 and we go into best of 5 turns.
Yeah, essentially best of 7 boiled down now to a best of 5 right here. More standard, almost looking like the regular season with the formatting right there. I think that the big reason why Co-College was even able to get this into overtime and then obviously take the dub right here is that Kimbo in a lot of ways was shut down. Taking a look at Kimbo, only 1 offensive shots right there, doubled up on the saves. Kimbo obviously signed with the assist as well, but no actual goal made in, and only 1 single shot. That's a lot of the reason why these Tigers were simply put down here in game number 2. Even though it took a little bit longer.
Yeah, and Kroller, I mean, he was really kind of weaponized better when in game number 1, whenever you had Kinbo able to just perform better. Obviously, like he was able to find so many defensive like clears in game number 1 that it got them downfield that much faster. And Kroller was like, dude, feed me. Let's do this. Well, hey, one person I cannot forget that keeps scoring is Rain. Rain has continuously, through both games, been able to get the Cohawks on the board. And they're going to try and do so again. But Tigers, I want to see if they can score first. That's something that we haven't put in our bingo card as of yet.
No, we have not. The Co-College Hawks right here. Earlier game, just simply a little bit better as of right now. 100% agreed on Rain as well. I haven't talked about this player that much, and perhaps that's our mistake because, I mean, only 4 total shots for Co-College across these 2 games, and the game winner in game 2 put in from Rain, and the initial lead put in again from Rain. A little bit more pressure right now, but nobody really there to pick up the ball until gets on over to the corner, sends this back on over to the middle, tries for it, and that's going to be sliced away there. Nicely done, the block from Kimbo, but the offensive pressure continues, and Pyro lights this one on fire.
As the kids say, let them cook. Pyro set out a fire. They were in the deep of the net, and then they saw immediately the feed from, I believe that was Creed. Actually, no, it was Rain. My apologies. But that continuous rotation, and it's an early score again by the Cohawks. And it's really been a lot of kind of Pyro just finding themselves to be a nuisance in the Tiger camp to really open up those options.
Over the middle, Creed, 51, but meets it in the air. Now looking for a double tap. Kimbo can't quite get over there and burns all kinds of boost to do it. Would have been a flashy play, but all for naught right there as the offense still continues against Co-College.
This one's going to be hard bang off the wall. Rain looking for the catch and trying for the fake out, but Roller just going to take that neutral 50 space. A nice pinch from the low side of the floor, and they're going to get right up into Creed. That is a fantastic loft. Sadly, it goes a bit too powerful. Kimbo wasn't there in sync with Kroller, and I think some of that really has been definitive of why the Tigers have not been able to score more. But Co-College hasn't exactly been finding them in bunches either. This has been a grinder of a matchup.
Yeah, I mean, every game so far decided by 1. That's then we haven't, actually, I guess we did see a Co-College 2-0 lead at some point. Game 1? No, we didn't, actually, excuse me.
Yeah, it, like,
excuse me.
1, then 2-1, then came back 2-2.
Yeah. And then to push on in overtime. Yeah, 100% right. And with fewer attempted shots, the Tigers did as well. Different story in game 2, of course. 3 minutes to go right here. Creed with a big clear. There's a redirect, attempted pass. That's going to be off the backboard, but just a rushed offensive attempt right there from Rain is going to yield nothing.
It's interesting that whenever you see the Cohawks playing with a lead, because they decided to just throw snipes from distance, and they kind of fall all over the backboard and sidewalls. Really just not too much responsibility driven towards where the shot goes, just trying to make sure the Tigers are always rotating in reverse. That's going to go from sidewall. Kroller is looking for anyone to press up. Kinbo is actually going to be at least the first one upfield, and Kroller's going to turn right around. Sadly, Kinbo couldn't get value out of that rotation. This is going to put it into a familiar situation off near side post and seeing who can rotate to it a little bit quicker. But Kinbo now finally gets a gap. Sadly, Veggie's right there in lockstep with him.
Last player back. Nice block right there from Kroller. This would have been, again, largest lead we'd seen from a team so far. Rain comes up, pop play, and now that's Creed meeting it there. Pyro backwards. This is dangerous. Okay, Creed realizes it and just puts it onto the corner, buys the team a little bit of time.
From the outside, and with a minute 40, this clock has gone very fast because we've had no other scores other than the first one that just kind of squeaked its way through. Veggie to Kroller, who will climb the ladder. Shot is on target, and it will fall in. Okay. The defenders just kind of on top of each other.
There you go, Kroller finally. Yeah, so Cole College, again, not spreading the field as much, going to bite them this time. 2 attempted shots from Missouri, and this is more of a game 1 stat line. 7 total attempted shots for Cole College, and they have spent the vast majority in the offense. Like, to your point earlier, usually never going to complain about pressure against a defense, but the Tigers just simply have shown they're able to play like that. They're able to play from the defensive position and just consistently turn clears into points right now. That's why we have a relatively low-scoring game. It's why we have Missouri seemingly always bringing it back to at least a tie situation.
It's poised between the pipes, and they don't mind the chaos and the stripes. They have consistently just been in the blue, and they knew what to do. So with a minute to go, College Hawks, they are now taking again those tight perimeter shots just around the iron. But it is the Tigers that are very, very in control about where they want to go from them. And it's got to be a tight rotation when they do so. Veggie with a shot. It's going to be a bouncer, at least necessitating the third man to be there. Kinbo dives forward. Kroller does as well. And that's why Veggie is so far pressed to be in this midfield line. And they're just waiting to see what Pyro can do with this possession.
Veggie comes up to a pre-jump, but just a little bit too short on this one. Pyro tries to get this to the corner, immediately taken away from Kroller. Offense now against Coke College, hit over, looking for the double tap that actually goes aloft a little bit farther when he was trying to nail this one down. Double commit right there, but that's going to be enough. Now over to the corner. Missouri should have enough time to get into position on this one, pick up boost, and then rotate, but Veggie is in downtown right now, and this train is going through the mid. 4 seconds to go here. Are we getting another overtime?
I'm betting we will. I'm not quite the betting man. I'll put $1 on it, but
Wow,
look, I just
okay.
got cashed out. Okay, so 3 OTs in a row, Tugboat, and it's also in 1-point games. This one may end very quickly. Oh, that one nearly going in at 6 seconds.
I want to say it's not going to happen because the other 2 times have been like a couple of minutes at least right here. But yeah, almost doing it in single-digit seconds. This Missouri on over again. The offense continues right here. Kinbo is getting fed opportunities so much in regular game and now in overtime.
As soon as game 1 had him acting in a lot more defensive position, you saw some confidence really go into the player that is Kinbo, as they have been streaking upfield, a lot more speed. They're trying to get to these moments and into these opportunities faster than the Cohawks can. Bit of a double commit in this position, and Rain is now going to be caught in no man's land as Veggie is finding 3 separate hits to get it around all these players. That's a fantastic setup, and it's actually going to be a chance over to Kroller. Kinbo is going to have to ride the wall to get this offense rolling again. It goes to the stripes, but a massive clear by Creed.
And back and forth we go. Both teams getting opportunities. This is not a situation that Missouri found themselves in as much during regular time. Now as we hit a little bit more than a minute. 2 College members come up for it. Veggie down bottom. That's just a little bit outside, but that one ain't. Kroller does it again in overtime.
Every missed shot is a pass to the next man. And Veggie found a great one off the 45, and Kroller was full trust, able to get it down. Mizzou takes 2, not just in points, but also in games. And they'll be in the series lead heading into game number 4. And, it is a third place match to find who's that, that third notch on the belt of this division. But the Tigers came to play, and College are just like, wow, who are these guys?
Yeah, these guys are playing like this means more than even a grand final. As this 3rd and 4th place match is paying off in dividends. But honestly, even if one of these, even if like Missouri just went on and just won the next 2 games, just like 5-0, whatever else like that. This has been incredibly, not that I think that's going to happen, but there's been incredibly competitive back and forth. Honestly, Monkey Man, I cast a lot of, as do you, cast a lot of Rocket League. I couldn't tell you the last time I casted a match that went to the first 3 games of a best of 7 that went to overtime each time, and again divided as evenly as you could. It wasn't just one team going and just barely edging it out 3 times in a row. Back and forth. Missouri 3-2 in game number 1, 2-1 for College in game number 2, and then Missouri Tigers take game 3 at a 2-1 scoreline.
I gotta wonder if we're going to continue to be in OT the entire time. That would make this both the quickest and longest series, because since we get such a low score, but we always go to bonus time, it's like, okay, we kind of average out in a weird way. So it's the Tigers. All right, taking a series lead again. Cohawks got to see if they can be able to bounce back. One thing they did well whenever they were able to find opportunity is really get to it and pounce on top of it fast. Veggie came up as a variable that really kind of was slow in the first couple of games. I want to see how that continues to go here in game number 4. And this one becomes a bit sweatier because if and maybe when Mizzou gets this one, they'll put them on series point.
Yeah. Also, another stat coming at you. There has not been a 2-score difference in this game so far, right? Or in this series, I should say. Obviously not in this individual game 4. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Very well evenly matched. Pyro coming on up to the corner. Missouri dedicates 2 players into it and maintains possession until Creed has something to say about it. Veggie, big clear. To your point earlier, we've been talking about Kroller and Kimbo all day long. Veggie has also set up some fantastic opportunities for themselves, and the only reason that didn't turn into points is through the veracity and tenacity of Coe College.
Yeah, Coe College has had actually a pretty good defense. I mean, we talk up Mizzou and just, how they kind of start from their heels a lot of the time. Well, it's Kroller that's also able to get a roller. Coe College, I was talking up their defense, but Pyro loses this 50, and a great self-set is able to work it around Creed.
That's all that was right there. Creed flips up to it, but it's the second hit that always is going to matter a little bit more. A lead now for the Missouri Tigers here and early. We're talking about in Game 3, and well, seems like everything we mentioned turns to gold on the pitch.
Oh, and a big stop, as that one is able to keep these guys from looking a little bit platinum. Off of the corner again. You have a double commit into the same side zone, and it's going to require Kinbo to step up to the plate. Creed, no, they're going to be boxed out, and that leaves no one at home for the Cohawks. Oh, a very favorable bounce for them, though, because if that had dropped on the floor at all, Kinbo was there to punish.
It's happened before, and it'll happen again. Guaranteed at least 2 more games right here. And I'm going to say that we're going to be guaranteed at least 2 goals to go into another overtime just based on the theme that has been clearly established thus far here, Monkey Man. Of course, it can end in a 1-0. Personally, my favorite Rocket League games as well. Do love low score in Rocket League. It just means that the goals mean more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it really does. And none of these, 4v5 Big 12 high offense style that you would see.
Yeah.
But Coe College, I mean, this is actually a new situation for them. This is untreaded waters, as they haven't been able to be the team to score first in a game. Usually they are the ones that are either responded to or otherwise. A big streaking shot goes to the top 90. Pyro on the setup, but getting a little bit short of it. Now Pyro just giving his teammates time, and he always takes these possessive flicks to go very lateral, and that gives so much extra space for Coe College to work with.
Yeah, I get the idea, but frequently the execution right there is just going to end up in hitting, rattling this one off the sidewall right there, and then a defensive member able to pick it up right now. Some pressure here from Missouri, and is this an own goal? Is that how this series is going? Is how the game 4 is going to go?
I mean, it was Veggie trying for this touch, and then there was really not too much. No, Kinbo was working from outside in to get behind the ball, but the timing was just off, and that left Pyro and anyone else that wanted to availability to crash straight into that top 90. So, all right. Yeah, you get one, you give one. Take a penny, leave a penny, and we're over the midway mark again, all tied up.
It's the honor system. You know that Coe College is trustworthy. Crazy stuff. Seriously, that's how this series has gone so far. Can't be surprised when this continues to be incredibly evenly matched. Like, it was tied at the beginning of the game, of course, and it was tied again at halftime. Tied again now. 2 minutes to go right here. A screamer across the ceiling right now, and a really weak clear for Pyro. Gives this one up to Kimbo to kind of pinch this one against, and that's out there. Veggie can't get to, and Coe College strings together too.
Man, Kinbo, it was a crazy 50, and then Veggie had looked up, saw Kroller, thought he was winning, but it was going the complete opposite way on him. Quite the bang. So poor Veggie caught out just underneath Kroller, and Coe College finds 2 in a row. This is such a mirror of results, and we still have plenty of time that this one could either get tied up or we could see our first 2-goal differential. Depends on what the Tigers do here.
It does indeed.
Oh,
woohoo! Double demo across the middle. Rain spreading those wings and liking what he finds in the feathers. Seconds, Veggie. Nice clear. That is actually an underrated facet of Veggie, just finding these holes in the defense and passing it just right through there. Even if it's put into the corner, teammate will frequently be there to pick it up, even though they're not just catching it right in the numbers.
Very patient. You need someone to kind of be that navigator. I mean, not just this division, but really.
You said it.
Said the name of the movie. Crawler in a 1v2. Kinbo right up with them. But, I mean, they do a fantastic job of really being that glue between both Crawler and Kinbo. That's at least going to be 50 to stay in this corner side zone. Crawler, and it's going to be rolling, but it's pushed to safer waters with Pyro.
Safer waters, not something that exists when this college offense gets to swinging. But that is just not that's not a situation they find themselves in the past 60 seconds ago. Speaking of swinging, this is Missouri Tigers swiping paws left and right. They've gotten so many opportunities and every one foisted out. It feels weird to say, but are we going to see the end of the game in 25 seconds?
That's such an odd thing. At this point,
Right?
we've been very gifted with some extra time, 15 seconds. And Mizzou, we know it takes them a little bit of time to get their offense going. Veggie lofts it high. Great setup. Goes over to Kinbo. That's going to drop nearby. It will be a little wide. Crawler has to find a piece of it. So does Veggie. No. And this may cement it as Crawler has to hit it the other direction. For the first time this series right now, no OT. Kinbo looking for a touch. And Veggie, with outstretched hands, can't get the dig. We've got a tied series. Cohawks ended in regulation.
A best of 7 boiled down to a best of 5, boiled down to a best of 3. The only way this goes is for Missouri Tigers to win the next game in regular time. And then we go back to our regular scheduled programming, which is overtime, of course, in every single game. And don't get crazy, Monkey Man. That's going to be a 1-score difference in regular time. Okay?
Of course. Yeah.
I checked out the script. That's
Okay,
what it says right here. We had to give the people what they wanted here for the NECC third, fourth place match here for the Great Plains Navigators. Kidding around, of course, but what does this actually mean? The score difference is kept the same, but within regular time now for Co-College. In a situation we're just trying to pull any kind of differences between these two teams that are playing themselves so closely. Again, what does it mean that Co-College took this in regular time, Monkey Man?
I mean, for them, they were really adapting to when they were playing down. They definitely found themselves in a hole for the first time and just to the start of a game. Going to game number, I believe it was 4, now 5 here coming up. They were able to play with a little bit more urgency and feel the same identity the Tigers did whenever they were under fire in game number 1 and 2 and 3. And so therefrom, they started, okay, you know what? We can actually just drive. We can be able to work from those corners a lot more aggressively. And they recognized where some of those rotations were off. Veggie to Crawler to Kinbo. At times, you said it before, it was more of a 2-1 than it was a composite full cycle. The first time they had that full cycle was when they scored first. Thereafter, Cohawks were just flying. So I think that they saw that and just pounced upon it. Tigers, they're going to pounce back if we're going to see more of this mirror and Kinbo changing cars. Maybe just a change of aesthetic and change of comfort zone.
Crawler still staying on the same right here, so a couple deviations, and we could go into almost the philosophics of differences there. We'll leave that for another time, perhaps. 20 seconds into this one, solid shot. So, yeah, again, we get another tied series, which means, of course, Monkey Man, that we got to have a slow start so far.
So again, the Tigers have been able to get up to it a lot faster. Kinbo, you've seen him dime himself up twice to look for those double touches. Sadly, just doesn't have enough in the old canister to get that one completed. A great grab. This one a little bit dangerous, and that's actually tried by a Cohawk offensive player. Kinbo had to leave it to Crawler in the first minute. Believe it or not, has been where everyone has been able to score the first goal of every single game, save this one as we go through the first 16.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I mean, this was this is game 5. So again, game 1 and game 3. This is kind of how we started. Game 2 and game 4 is how we started this one off, and just again here in game 5 it seems to be happening again. We do actually have shots attempted. Let me check this. Yeah, sorry, we have 1 shot attempted there, and we saw it from Kinbo about 30 seconds ago. So not only do we not have a goal in the first minute, we got a single shot. Excuse me, I will not speak on Rain's name like that one again, Monkey Man.
It seems always when the Cohawks need a sure thing, Rain is the sharpshooter, and they bring pace behind their attack. 72 miles an hour, and finally at the 1:20 28 mark, just short of the first 90 seconds. The Gohawks do slam one home, whereas it was Mizzou that was kind of taking a tour around their half of the pitch for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, when you play this slowly into it, like, what I say is have two players, absolutely pedal and metal, all gas, no brakes, and just leave a defender back. Leave them on mid-pitch or something like this. You don't have to, literally take everybody down like 20-30% right here and play as pensively as you can when you have a defensive player, which, for co-college would generally be Creed, on the pitch right here. I get a slower pace in matching that of your opponents, but at a certain point, you really got to turn this one out.
It looks like the Tigers are just looking for that gap, but look how far the next man is up for the Tigers. They do get Veggie involved, and actually that's a couple of big misses. This is a set for the second man, and that's going to be Kinbo that does put it away. Great find by Veggie.
Yeah, finally. So shake this tree and you will find what comes out, and sometimes that's going to be Veggie putting up a perfect shot. Last defender back goes for the Veggie shot right there. Doesn't realize this ain't a shot at all. This is setting up the alley-oop. 2 minutes, 44 seconds. We're back to a tie game.
An absolute just kind of fake out, if you will. Could have gone through, but it really draws the final defender after the first two really just kind of surrendered free space. Roller up underneath one, and the Tigers, now playing with a couple collisions in mind. That's a shot that would fall wide for Kimbo as they do fight against another, and Veggie's going to stretch this defense even wider.
Yeah, I love that. So Missouri playing categorically different since that last goal right here. Now back to more fast-paced Rocket League, which we are all here for. That's going to be a little bit too high right there, but again, as I say, pressuring defenses, forcing the hands of defenders, never a bad thing. Pyro will have to ask that of them on the other side of this pitch. Pyro coming back, or excuse me, that was Rain right there. Now Pyro's in, spinning, twisting, and turning, but can't quite make connection.
It's a dangerous moment. Oh my goodness, there's no way. Backboard,
okay, yeah.
Who's flying for it? Okay, that was wild, Tugboat, because you had Veggie that made first connection, Crawler that was able to get the dig, and then just, the accidental slap. Sure, could have been calculated. Now a feed. Both defenders go by. Kinbo is able to make this, and then it's just bumper cars up and down the pitch.
Nice stop. Now that's two side hits, and inside! Wow, Rain purchases everything with next to nothing. Look at this again. Like, this ball doesn't even get to mid-pitch, and this looks like this entire offense is shifting.
It was Crawler that thought they had plenty of time, too. And Rain is the sure thing. And as soon as you get it into their hands, especially with just on the top of the box, you have a very dangerous proposition. So now with less than a minute and a half to go, the Tigers, what could be one of those first shift of the flip of the pitch. Oh my goodness, it takes two, but the defense somehow is able to get a stop.
It takes two, baby. It's not just a song here, folks. Minute and 8 seconds in. Great job from Crawler. Crawler's not going to make that same mistake twice, like stretching this out and just trying to maintain an offensive position when they clearly do not have possession. Still pressure on right now, though, down bottom, and this is cleared out for a little while. Pyro trying something, but this is just going to end up mid-pitch.
Veggie gets the midfield boost, and that's a nice undercut touch by Creed just to be able to put it in that wide open back in gap. But now to the ceiling and more. Veggie, they go vertical. There's not a lot of boost left in the tank, if any at all, for Kinbo. 35 seconds. Tigers have to find purchase here on the Cohawk side, and that's an awkward position, and which means Crawler could just go to this for free. There was no one on the backboard to defend.
Once again, Co-College, the consolidation very, precisely right here in front of their net. I get that the pressure is on. You've got to stretch this field a little bit more. Setting up what is possibly our fourth, you heard me right, our fourth across 5 games of overtime.
Tied at 2 in 2 different ways with less than 20 to go. Crawler looking for a third! Oh, man. They thought he'd be able to chase after it. They played for the reaction touch, but this is just too many defenders from the Cohawks chasing their own net.
I swear to God, we don't actually have a script here, folks. That was a joke earlier. I'd like to clarify that. My goodness, Co-College takes an early lead throughout the middle, the meat of this game, right there in the middle. But a 2-goal run for the Tigers undoes that one, and You'll forgive me if it sounds like I'm surprised, but are we going to see our second regular time game ending right here? 3-2, kept aloft, last bounce territory. Co-College knows it, big hit, and this is going the right way with a little bit of boost from a couple of different players. Now to the corner, pick this one back up, but the double commit right there means Co-College is not going to have another player to get under this ball yet again.
Look, Tugboat, I know that the writer's strike was over, but you didn't have to pay for the script in advance, my man. Like,
Bought it 8 months ago.
After having three overtimes in a row, and then we get a regular stop from Cohawks, and it was by 1 point. This man over here saying, all right, we're going to get 1 by 1 point in regulation. Oh, boy. Okay. So... All right, so what happens next? We've gotten 2 regulation. Do we go back to overtime? Do the Co-ops squeak it out there?
Of course. Hey, let me hit up Hollywood right quick, right, folks? Now, this just ends up with Missouri Tigers finally realizing how Co-College again is consolidating their defenses. They just simply need a player more so on the sidewalls and a player stretching this so they can get up into the air and whatnot. This is We'd have to replay it to confirm this, but I'm pretty sure all 3 of these Missouri goals were not even one of them was just some huge lofting play from mid pitch. Yes, there were shots like that, but they got defended right here. It was always the result of the same exact thing, and that's just repeated shots and co-members not really being exactly where they needed to be. And it's not like they're on the other side of the pitch or nothing like that, but it's just the tiny, tiny little misplays in front of this goal, Bunky Man.
Yeah, and honestly, it just feels like they were trying to rotate to where it was normalized for a lot of the Tigers to kind of bring some of those challenges over too. And then ultimately, that fell out of position. So you had 2 players trying to do the exact same kind of responsible thing.
That's
and
what
then
it is.
and so because we saw both Creed as well as Rain in the same exact spot, and then Pyro doing the same thing a couple times. So if they can just kind of calm that one down, get right back to work, and then get the shots when they have those open opportunities right there. There's been a couple times they've left points on the pitch. They really can be able to punish the Tigers, but first 20 seconds, we've had early goals, and they're trying again.
Demos right here. Missouri has figured out what they want to do when they are facing an offense. Double tap coming in. Kroller can't find it. Looking for that back right tire to foist this one in. More pressure there. Okay, I spent 45 seconds complaining about Co-College having 2 members doing the same thing. Well, it was 100% necessary right there.
Sometimes the numbers game works out as long as you just make a solid connection. Kinbo cuts off that rotation, able to get in front of the Cohawks and get rid of them, at least for the time being. They're getting bullied around, and so is Veggie, as they actually have a giveaway. That, I think, is Pyro that loses handles, but had the 3rd man in great position at the near side post. Rain comes right back up to it. First minute will come and go. Tigers have to play this one a little bit faster. Great pickup by Pyro in mid-pitch, and that's a double commit coming out of the back line.
Speaking of right here, that was 2 members of Missouri lining up for this one. That would have been a fantastic hit, but a Co-College member gets exactly where they need to in the nick of time. Bouncing ball down to the corner right here. Pyro puts it back on in there and tries to get a better rebound. Finds none of the sort. Some decent handling until Creed has something to say about this. And a haymaker over the top takes this one on over. Co-College members, again, that's going to be Rain and Creed right there, just trying to do the same exact darn thing.
Oh, Veg won a 1v2. What a save by Creed. Very patient on that back corner. Oh, Inbo accidentally balls everyone to include his teammates. That one goes by Kroller, and now it's just getting there. Oh, and Veg is able to get beyond into the far side post. It has been a nonstop streak. We're playing Heat Seeker, but it's been stuck on the ground.
Yeah. Well, last game was a lot slower, and again, this one, none such luck here. No such thing as a slow game. Halftime right now, and there's no points on the board, but that is definitely not for lack of trying, Lucky Man.
Well, yeah. Rain upfield, kind of a 1v1, as Kinbo has to find that off his fender, and that's going to leave plenty of space to at least go get some boost, which is not something that the Tigers can say they have in earnest. Veggie having the most, and they're going to play at least a little bit back. No, into that second man, they were in trust of Kinbo and what they could do on the first touch. Trying for the takeaway. They can't get it around Rain, and Rain creates a bit of chaos and forces Kinbo to have to jump early as Kroller is thrown completely into the back of the net. We are left at zeros at the 2 minutes, and a try. Creed plinks it off the crossbar.
Creed doesn't like the word zero right here again, not for lack of trying, folks. And that has been some fantastic opportunities. Also, got to say, this is the first time that about 20 seconds ago is the first time that the Co-College went for the goalie, right? And this doesn't need to be some huge demo or some like screaming 100-mile-an-hour collision. A lot of times you just need that little bit of a bump, and that was almost enough to have purchased the first goal in this Game 5. Wait, no, excuse me, in this Game 6. My goodness, math is hard here, folks.
Don't give casters numbers. Well, maybe just
Please,
the numbers.
please
Don't not equations at least. That's ran to an upfield man. They actually are looking for the redirect, which was sniffed out by Kroller, making sure that Pyro doesn't get that one to the back of the box. Now Kimbo trying to sneak it on by, never able to connect underneath the crossbar. It's 70 seconds. Co-College, whenever they were going for that goalie, even if you don't immediately get a shot on target, it extends your offensive if you're able to be a nuisance like that. With 60 seconds to go, both these teams got to be an even bigger nuisance to each other's defenses.
Being a nuisance right here. Kroller tries to get that over one, but Co-College has figured out their woes when it comes to simple rolls. Who do what on pitch. Frequently that's going to be the closest here to the ball and whatnot. And think some of those woes again finished with 45 seconds to go. I'm going to say both of these teams kind of button up a little bit, still go for opportunities, but I think these are going to be two teams that are willing to go into overtime yet again here.
Kimbo pass to Kroller. That's a soft backflip, and so that ends up just kind of going aloft. Kimbo there try and steal some corner boost, and that turns into another clear. 15 seconds to go. Co-College. This could be final offensive if they rotate well. Rain puts it just over the defensive box of the Tigers, who are trying to stay within the den and be defensive. Veggie to the corner. Creed can't collect, and now that means Co-College will have one last look off the nose and a give and go, and 0 second time. Co-College will send us to Game 7.
Missouri is literally looking at zeros and counting their chickens before they hatch in overtime situations. Can we call this an overtime? Can we just call it an overtime? Because we've gotten everything in like this. My mind is broken. My mind is broken. How does Missouri allow this to happen? I'm like watching like the replay that's not even gonna be it. That is wow. Okay. Yep. To Game 7 we go here, folks. I swear to God, I do not have a script over here. I just happen to call this one right. I guess the way you look at it, Monkey Man, is if you make predictions about 1,000 games, some of them will go literally exactly as to what I said coming out of like game number 2 right here. We don't get an actual overtime, but we get basically that crazy stuff, insane stuff.
I mean, we nearly have finished our bingo card. If you were playing Blackout, you may only have a few extra spots left, as we got a 0 second this time around, and it sends us the distance in this series. Tug, you came in as a last second thing into this. We're like, we don't know really which way it's going to go. Seems like Co has the advantage. This has been anything but standard, but it's always been one goal diff, and that last chance, good find by Co-College, because there's like, okay, this isn't secure. You got to slap that thing to the ground, and the defense vacated.
Yeah, and the other thing is like the fact that they're all one score differences, but we've also seen 5 total scores, 3 total scores, and 1 total score, right? Like 2 of these games would go to 3 total, 2 of the games go to 5. This last one goes to 1. Like it is so back and forth. It's hard to even like put into words right now. This is again the most competitive Rocket League match that I've had the absolute unmitigated pleasure of casting in a very, very long time.
Well, it's time to get stressed out, everyone, as we go the distance. As it's one final game. We've given up on all the narratives. Everything that could ever be predicted exists in one series alone. What's going to happen on the other side? Tigers of Mizzou, Cohawks of Co-College. We're going to see what happens going forward in now less than 5 minutes.
Shot banking back down to the bottom. Co-College realizes this one, and that's a really weird stop. Veggie realizes this teammate wasn't going to be able to get really on top of that and get a second hit on 2 of that second effort. Clears it for just a little while from downtown. Rain almost falls down. Oh, looking for the double tap, can't quite find it. Veggie once again showing up on the defense right here.
Very, very poised. When they see the whites of the eyes, and that's actually an extra chance. Rain ends up falling on it because they'd gone for that second kind of wave of defenders from the Cohawks. And now crossbar and out. Kinbo will be sneaking around, but they're playing a spy and have to retreat, recognizing that they had Pyro right in front of their face. That's a lost 50. Kinbo can get up underneath and say, go for a demo. That is so good. Oh, the Veggie can't get beyond the smoke.
Yeah, the smoke screen right there. And hey, perhaps that's a little bit of what I was talking about. The bump, not necessarily the demo, would have not had the smoke screen right there. And a player like Veggie is going to rack that one home 100 times out of 100. Little bit inside, nicely done from up top. Kroller racks this one in to give Missouri the lead.
Oh, that was Kinbo winning a nice 50 on top of two players, and Creed right position, just not in time, as it was already Kroller who was airborne. So through more than 90 seconds, Cohawks see the Tigers again get on the scoreboard first, but we know very divinely that that is not a safe place. And the only thing that we're missing is a multi-goal lead. The Tigers are eyeing there first.
3 minutes, 12 seconds. Missouri keeps this one back into the defensive woes of Co right now. They were already assuming the offensive position. They were already getting up and cheating up a little bit right now. Missouri, it's a little slow onto the opportunity and no more points on the board. We're looking at a Missouri team that hasn't seen a 2-goal run in 10 minutes, 11 minutes, I think.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Both these teams have been able to find kind of those exchanges, and I mean, at this point, they just keep planting Co-College back. I've not seen them over into the blue half in a while, so they want to turn me into a liar and get now Kinbo at least reversing, but it was a great idea, and honestly, just very wise to just kind of turn this field all the way around. Now all the way on that third corner, Veggie on the miss, 2 demos, and that's going to give a free lane for this one to bounce through.
Insanity. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, I do not know, and I am tired of predicting it correctly. This is getting a little bit weird here, folks. 2 minutes, 21 seconds to go. This is the most competitive Rocket League match cast in a very long time. Continues. 3-3 right now. Best of 7 boiled down to best of 5, boiled down to a best of 3, boiled down to a 1 and done. Both teams' seasons resting where they will stop. Second tap, and now a clear as Rain beats feet down to try and meet this ball on the other side. Missouri members collapsing onto this one. Coming up for it is Kinbo, and realizing doesn't quite have enough boost to get up to that one.
Uh-oh.
Kinbo on the back. No! Off the side, and Co-College again strings together 2. Why do I feel like we just watched the most impactful goal of this series?
Oh, you heard my uh-ohs as soon as it was happening in time, because Kinbo, I mean, on the half flip was trying to get right back in the way, but you had a third man in position in Kroller, and now that gives 2 over to Co. And you know what? You have time. The good news is your teammate can sit there and laugh with you. The sweat is on. It already was, because this is game 7. Why not? OT can be in the future. 100 seconds to go, but the Cohawks are already bearing down upon the Tigers.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Time slow plays, and this is open. And getting to it, stretching, and the second tap, but still sits it wide, and Rain is perfectly right there. Co-College holds on.
Oh, boy. It's going to be under fire. Co-College is creating a lot of space, which is making them a little bit more comfortable upfield. This is what the Tigers did unto them. It's Kroller that gets onto the wall a little bit faster, forms a neutral 50-50. Rain is looking for boost so he can have his next attack, and he's going to trust in Creed, using every bit of it in the tank. Oh, no! Oh, what a whiff by Pyro!
Pyro would have gotten a 2-score lead, and again, folks, the only 2-score lead in this series so far. Perhaps in 99 out of the 100 alternative universes they would be. That is not the one we're currently in as of right now. Missouri holds on, still lead of the score difference of 1 is no real lead indeed, and this one bounces as close as I've seen it off the wall.
Oh, 35 seconds. Co-College is going to try and just keep the pressure going to deny the Tigers an existence upfield. Kroller to the corner. Not a lot of boost, barely any for any of these Tigers. Mizzou has to get it infield. Co-College fighting for their lives and just trying to deny. All 3 are in the same zone. It's bumper cars, it's mayhem, tugboat. They just have to keep this lead.
And see if Missouri had put a second player over there after I realized that Co-College has been doing this so long. Okay, gets this one out. Then they would have had a second player to get this one. Keep it in the Offensive zone against Cole College. We're in last bounce territory, trying to keep this one aloft, and does. Off the wall as Pyro comes up for it and continues to the effort. Down bottom, trying for a score, and inside! Cole College has done it in 7!
Oh, man. Every single game, 1 point difference. It was the difference at the end that mattered the most. And College survived, and the storm, the weather, the pressure that the Tigers put them underneath, and the first time and the only time the entire series that they get a series lead was when they finally got the win. That was wild, Tugboat. That was nuts.
Yeah. Well, we can say, oh, you could have just watched the very last game and determined how this goes. That would be a crime against humanity. My goodness. Let me just go, in case you're just joining us, in case you're as unfortunate enough to have just been joining us for this Game 7 of the series. Okay? Missouri Tigers come out in game number 1, and overtime that ends about 90 seconds afterward, 3-2 favor Missouri Tigers. Back the other way, game 2, College again, about 100 seconds or so, take a game 2 at a 2-1 scoreline. Again, just a 1 score difference. You'll notice a theme here, folks. Bring it all the way back here, Missouri Tigers game number 3, taken to overtime. I believe that one was actually a little bit shorter. It wasn't like the minute plus right there, still taking it down 2-1. On the other way, our first actual regular time win for College, that was 2-1 victory in game number 4. Missouri Tigers bring it on back. 3-2 victory in game number 5. And then the only shutout that we'd seen there in game 6, right? But still a game, 1 scores difference right here for College in game 6. They take it down 1-0. This one gets just right on the precipice. Right on the precipice, everybody contributing in Game 7 to keeping this ball aloft, and unfortunately the Missouri Tigers can't quite do it. This number 6 seed that has just gone through upsetting like they're taking candy from babies, unfortunately going to end their season right here in 4th place.
Sweet tooth and cavities, but that's going to be lessons to learn going from the fall semester into the spring semester, and honestly, a job well done. College, they had aspirations to be able to win the Great Plains division as well as the number 1 seed coming into the playoffs, but they ended up in the 3rd place division matchup, and they found a very good competitor that they didn't have in the regular season, and still a great matchup it was. And you know what, talk about that was a great showcase. No matter what division these guys played, Navigators or otherwise, that was a wonderful finale. And I'm actually excited. I got to see Patchy's in the chat. They're talking about adding the 3rd place matches this semester. This was a great ad, honestly.
Yeah, seriously. Wasn't it? It was like the Miracle on Ice. That wasn't the grand finals everyone thinks about, right? That was like a seeding match coming into it, which is obviously one team was massively massive underdogs. This was 2 teams that were pretty well rounded, pretty well matched coming into this, and it not only did, and then again, I can't get over this. Not only was it only 1 score differences throughout all 7 of these games, neither team had a score difference of 2 the entire freaking time. I feel like I should be paying NECC to have done this, to have casted this. My goodness, holy crap, dude! Seriously.
Well, man, Tugboat and the scriptwriters will be back for next semester as well. So make sure that you guys are ready for all of the drama, the theater, the cinema. But you also have to be ready for our next couple of matches. We have 2 more, believe it or not, as we'll be brought back into, I believe, a Challengers Division matchup. You don't want to miss it. More NECC coming up right after this. Welcome back to the NECC. We've got more playoffs set right in front of you. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Bear Light, who's come in to hang out with us for the final 2 matches of the fall championship semester. Bear Light, how you doing? We're all set for more Rocket League.
To catch the NECC action. You already know when I'm not on the cast, I'm definitely watching. And what a series we just came out of. And I'm sure if this is half as good, it's going to be amazing. But we wanted to live up to its full potential here, as both of these teams are going to be putting on an incredible show. I can't wait to get to the pitch here.
It's a Challengers Division matchup. This one between, I believe, yes, Arkansas State Black, the Wolfpack, and of course, Southeastern Oklahoma State. It's Siozu, Sozu, whatever you want to be. That's the Savage Storm of both these teams that will be showcasing and strutting themselves into a championship match. You got to see a third place match just a bit ago as we had a lot of the Great Plains. We're still in the Great Plains. It's just a different section of them, a different division. And let's go and check out the rosters. Let's check out Arkansas State.
Arkansas State comes in here with Son of Neptune and Jaden Unlucky, who have had quite a lucky season. Well, you can't really call it luck when you're just dominating. So they've been very strong throughout these playoffs as well here in the Great Plains, and they've worked their way from the number 4 seed, and they'll look to take on the number 2. I mean, if you've already knocked out the number 5 side, this should be a difficult task nonetheless, but I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, this was kind of a bracket with a lot of lopsided ventures, and the most recent one was done by Southeastern Oklahoma State as we bring up their roster as they took down Uni in those semifinals. The Savage Storm bringing in DJ, Crimson Chin, and Bender. I'm just kind of sad that Clef the Boy Chin Wonder is not the next one that is down there. But, this is going to be a fun match. This, again, is the number 2 seed. They 4-0'd Uni just a little bit ago over in that semifinal, and Arkansas State, you called them. They were able to take down the number 8 as it was John Brown University that actually took down Hastings, who was the number 1 coming into this Challengers Division playoff. And so now we go to the big sticks. This one could be just as kind of divergent from our previous match, which was a game 7, every game very tight knit. I think we're going to be amping up and ramping up the speed coming into this match.
And the Savage Storm have been absolutely savage here, coming in with the 4-0 victory themselves over Uni, like you mentioned. And the number 2 seed coming in definitely has the advantage, but you also get that target on your back as well. And that's again game at number 1 of this championship of the Challengers Division of the Great Plains. And off the bat, you see some pressure from Arkansas State as they look to get on the board first, but it'll fall right back out the center where Bender will play high. And it'll be a demo right there, looking to play nasty, looking to play savage like the Storms that they are.
DJ like a cruise missile. Crimson Chin already looking for control and on their recovery rotation. You and I have seen that from a pro play point of view. If you can navigate going back to your own net whenever you have to defensively rotate like that and get demos, it really stutters what the Wolfpack is going to be able to do. And already it's a nice bit of control, aerial control, but it's stolen away as they try to get it back. But it's been a lot of Siozu out here.
Yeah, they've been all over it. The defense has had to make big saves here from Arkansas State. They've been pretty content doing it and looking pretty strong in their defensive woes, but play a couple times. That's not a great touch there as he left it for this Southeastern Oklahoma State team to try to jump on it, but nothing doing, nobody to follow up to, and Jade allowed the chance to jump onto it. You can tell a little bit of nerves both ways, especially on the Arkansas State side until they get defensive. And their defensive side has been able to shut down here. Quick turn, but beat to it as the Crimson Chin is on it. And quick defensively mishap and an opportunity twice. And yes, the Crimson Chin will strike. And so will Southeastern Oklahoma State as they're up 1-0.
Bender had to bend this right around the pipeline and a couple of different times where it just came up short, but Crimson Chin has been looking for opportunities just like that, and that's going to be the Savage Storm coming up huge. And SE, Southeastern Oklahoma State, is able to come up big, and they find the first score.
And looking for more as well as Crimson tries to find DJ, who is already up for that. Good anticipation to get up in that play and try to challenge the box there before Arkansas State could get settled in it. They did get around to it. The rotations will have them get another big save. Sure enough, they'll be able to do it and accomplish just that. It'll be over to Jade as well here to center field. But every challenge, it seems like, it's Siozu that's able to jump to it. A couple of challenges here. DJ with support, and they'll be up 2-0.
Everything that I always see with the dabbing Grim Reaper looks so weird, but it doesn't look weird when you're scoring like this and consistently putting the Wolfpack under fire. And that Southeastern continuing to just bear down upon them. They started with early, fast, quick, and very sure possession here, Bear. And DJ is already chasing. Oh, man. Nearly able to make that jump work for him. The third threatening.
And around they come again. Crimson Chin on it. Up for this one. Has full control. Tried to sidestep Son of Neptune, but by the time you get up there and try to get around him, it's very difficult to read. That waterfall, it was there and available for Arkansas State. That's one that you want to be able to convert on. They're not done yet, though, as they'll take another shot, but Crimson Chin is on it at midfield, and will press forward here. This is off the back wall. Everybody in pursuit, which makes it difficult to get around it. And DJ strikes. It'll be 3-0.
Wolfpack have been just stuck. You see Arkansas State just continuously having to fight from up and on the ground, and Son of Neptune just kind of flailing across, not knowing whether or not the shot was coming, and they just are racking and stacking consistent shooters up and down the main thoroughfare straight into that orange net. And unfortunate for Arkansas State, been unable to really kind of get around it. They've not been able to exist offensively upfield. A great catch by Clay. They are turned into just ashes and dust.
In Arkansas State, you know, they have been patient. They've let the play come to them, and they've taken that open space. But even when they settle, they're in trouble because they are being chased down. Southeastern Oklahoma State living up to their name with the Savage Storm coming through to get a couple of demos here early and this 3-0 lead. And with 2 minutes left, still knocking on the doorstep. Yeah, it is just a hemmed-in method for Southeastern Oklahoma State, and Arkansas State just hasn't been able to find a way out. In fact, they're getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves. They're looking for these downfield passes, but you gotta get out of your zone first, or do you? What a pass! They were looking for it in the past minute. You knew eventually it would click.
Son of Neptune. Clay saw him upfield, and then what an idea. Just quickly going for it as DJ was caught out. Didn't expect the pace or the position to be punishing from the middle of the pitch. So finally, they're able to at least put a crack onto the scoreboard. They want to be able to find more. Clay has been snuffed out a couple of times. A lot of bullying and bruising done by the Savage Storm. That's going to be a love nudge from a teammate, Jade, over to Clay, and Clay's looking to get some bumps.
It was actually Jade that was forced to get on it because it was off the side of Clay. He made it awkward. And you have to be there in support, and they were. So fall back down, though. Challenge. Jade had to backflip on that one. Son of Neptune beat to it before he can get to it. A bit of awkward play, and DJ almost found a gift on the left side of his car. And in fact, this might be as a challenge in front. Crimson Chin will be bested here by Clay. Back to you, but Bender couldn't quite find the angle for a shot. And that would have been a dagger. But this Arkansas State side just waiting for a mistake whenever Siosu gets in deep and then trying to convert from there. It's worked once, but DJ will make them pay for being upfield here with 47 seconds left. And they've got this 4-1 lead.
I can't wait to see how many assists Bender has after this game is completed, because that was just done so smooth and in lockstep, right upfield, able to go find DJ and really get rid of any threat that the rest of this game could present from the Wolfpack, as it has been such a fast presentation of authoritative offense. Crimson Chin puts up a fifth.
One after another, prepared consistently. Everybody waits for the 50-50 in the challenge, and their reads are so strong that it allows them to get there. It doesn't matter if they have boost control, if they've lost it either. Arkansas State's been trying to chase down boost and get to it before their opponents can, but they just haven't been able to get to it because they are so quick with those reads. Second man has been playing on point, and if you hold down that midfield and get that extended pressure, it is so difficult to work around, and it continues to show its head here, as it'll be a large victory here for Southeastern Oklahoma State, no matter what happens in this last 20 seconds.
Now remember, game ones, you can't take those extra goals with you. This is a best of 7 for a reason and a championship. So there's a lot of heart, a lot of soul, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that are going to get poured into this one. And a try, not quite able to climb, a little bit faster than DJ, but it's going to be the Savage Storm being savage about it. SE will take game number 1.
Bit of a lopsided affair. It's not something you're used to, Hill Monkey Man, and it's definitely certainly not something Arkansas State is used to either. This Arkansas State black team has not been on the wrong side of very many losses, to be quite frank, much less ones that are full goal differentials. But the shot count said it all. Very one-sided, lopsided in that fashion, and you have to, maybe not even take more shots, but just find your way out of the defensive half first before you can even really doctor what it is happening in the attack, because you just haven't been there enough.
Yeah, it's been a very balanced effort, especially because DJ as well as Bender have been just very quick about challenges, and then Crimson Chin been doing the exact same thing, but has been lurking when it comes to the midfield line. So a very feisty offensive coming out of Southeastern, and they're going to try and present the exact same effort going into game number 2. This is your first place finals for this Challengers division in the Great Plains. So they're going to be bringing that same kind of work to the Wolfpack and not allow them a chance to think. That's one of those things, if you're playing well, you don't just suddenly kind of slow up. No, they're going to keep going. They're going to get probably even faster. We work into game number 2.
Well, the Crimson Chin, a fellow cartoon superhero. It was a fairly odd attempt to get that to work, but either way, I mean, Southeastern Oklahoma State doing what they do best yet again. Look at his Crimson Chin bullying on Jade, and Bender will go far down, bend it off that top post, and make it 1-0 again. Similar story, Hill Monkey Man.
Crimson Chin treating Jade like the bronze kneecap and absolutely stunning them from behind as Arkansas State surrenders another one. And we were talking about off-ball play and how physicality really opens up opportunities. When you do something just as simple as that on your rotation back, it really does give you a chance. But they do get a demo on the goal line, and so Arkansas State at least had a brief look at the net for a moment.
Their eyes open a little bit wider than we've seen. As now Neptune will try to carry it. DJ just shadows it and got an initial touch. Demo frees it up. But a great challenge again coming across as they waited a little bit too long. Oh, eventually they do break through. We Neptune and his car will put it in the equalizer with just a minute played.
Son of Neptune, responsible for both goals so far here for the Wolfpack of Arkansas State. And DJ, I believe they were the last defender back, but they couldn't really do too much as they were waiting on the shot to come a bit sooner, recognizing that the bounce went too high. So, for the first time since 0-0s in the previous game and this one, they're tied in equal efforts offensively. Crimson Chin with another feed. That was a fantastic play, but the set piece is found by Jade.
And Jade is not even going to hesitate to get back down the field, try to work that 1v1, but didn't quite get the win. Well, you see DJ with that musty off the backside, had him set up, and Neptune was able to read it to make a big save, but Crimson Chin was ready and waiting. But so is this Arkansas State black team, who does take a shot there off that counterattack, and now still on it. Jade out for blood, looking for bumps. Could not find one or get one to land. And this will pop all the way back out. So even when Arkansas State is getting back down the field and working some pressure on, well, they're still find themselves equalized and still haven't quite found that lead, but they're knocking on the door.
It's these demos that are really forcing Southeastern to have to reset in ways they weren't having to do in game number 1, and they have to take a step off. You saw actually a play for possession there just in front of the midfield line. I believe that was both Bender as well as Crimson Chin. Eventually, they find Purchase moving upfield. It becomes a 2v1. DJ finds it with no boost. It's another demo. Son of Neptune is able to get rid of Bender, and that makes this a thinned-out attack. And now Jade left in a 1v1, going to slow roll, asking for an accomplice in the form of a lineman, and then they're just turned into ashes.
Yeah, it was a foot race or a wheel race, whatever you want to call it, to try to get back to support one way or another. Neptune jumped out of left field to get that demo. Jade will leave it for a teammate as well. That'll be a pinch down the field. Crimson chilling here at midfield. Will like to jump and challenge here late. Off the back wall it goes. DJ trying for the double touch. Can't connect. The follow-up though, and it's saved by Neptune.
Crimson Chin again being a bully. A tiny little touch to some bumpers and some spoilers, and they may actually spoil that defense themselves, but less than 2 minutes remaining. Still tied at 2 after 5 goals were scored by the Savage Storm. DJ with a soft setup over to Bender, but a takeaway by Clay. They have just a couple boosts, not able to extend, and that actually takes Jade out of position. Dunk attempt and dunk complete.
Oh, man. Clay I mean, that boost control against was so devastating because you could have followed that too. And I'm not sure if the communication said that Clay maybe thought he had it, but he just spent too much time, didn't have the foot back pocket, and DJ labeled it for himself, ready for that double touch. And we'll get back a lead here for Southeastern Oklahoma State before they even surrender one to Arkansas State Black. To begin with, looking for more, but a good touchdown. And Clay will be allowed the chance to work it, but it'll be a 1v2, so he'll elect to just leave it there for more teammates to chase, and that's exactly what Arkansas State will do.
Southeastern so far has had a very selfless style of offense, always looking for one another as well as opening up gaps by just finding these Wolfpack unaware. Neptune has been very contentious. They've been going for demos, they've been going for shots. They have so far the only 2 goals that Arkansas State has been able to score. DJ, a threaten. That's going to be another save. This one by Son of Neptune. They're going to try and slow this down, keep it to the ground. DJ is just a menace. Look how many times he's able to challenge that ball.
After it, one after another, and Bender kind of matched that pace from his teammate too, which will drop down, shot a little bit high, but great label there, and Bender couldn't quite bend his car quite the way he needed to get that next shot off, but couple commit for Arkansas State. Left in the 1v1, and Bender was quicker. Left on a platter for the Crimson Chen, and he strikes through again. Another 2-goal lead here for Southeastern Oklahoma State.
Crimson Chen is going to be leaving Arkansas State in an iron lung, and they're going to be gassed if they continue to try and match his pace, as that shot was developed so quickly from the ceiling and onward. And again, it's multi-goal leads, this time found and matured late here in game number 2. A great save as Clay takes away the opportunity. DJ consistently looking for threats on the back line. A bit of a miss there by Son of Neptune. Jade looking for the setup. They don't have a lot of time to get it going, and DJ is there to intercept.
Clay back down, but time has been killed enough, it seems. Crimson Chin, another shot. All just to kill more time. And in this best of 7, it'll be a strong start here for Southeastern Oklahoma State, as they will take this one 3-1 and head up to 2-0 here in this series and really make a statement piece. That's 2 big wins, more than 1 goal that we see from one side. And really does seem like that one-sided affair might continue unless Arkansas State Black can figure out this puzzle. Their defense looks like they're scrambling consistently, and Southeastern Oklahoma State has been the reason why they've had to scramble. They've done a great job to really keep them at bay consistently.
Yeah, really have. And you saw at the very end of the game, Rascal Flats Life is a highway, and this is an express lane that is very expressly holding 3 players, and it's in the form of Southeastern. The Savage Storm have been able to roll so far, but that was very close for the middle minutes of that game number 2, and it was just the breakout stylings and play, honestly, by DJ. Bender was able to kind of set up a couple times when we saw in game number 1. Crimson Chin and Bender, I believe, are really just kind of riding around whoever wants to get faster, and that is DJ. And then we saw flashes of that in that first entrance. We go to game number 3. This is the wake-up call that Arkansas State needs to have immediately, and they have to punish any opportunities that are presented, but so says the same of Southeastern.
That's just, I mean, through 3 games here, Hill Monkey Man, Arkansas State has been either tied or behind for all but maybe 15 seconds total playtime. It has been quick goals instantly from SE, and they continue to build these leads whenever they do get it. But now quick answer, and that's what the doctor ordered here. Arkansas State gets one back off the car of Jade.
Speed kills. A little bit of quickness is going to get Arkansas State right in order. Jade, you cannot have any doubt in your mind when you see that kind of chance and you see one blue defender out of position. You got to cut down on that gap, and that's exactly what the Wolfpack do. Oh, Jade was taking a momentary step to make that hop, or else if that bump hadn't gotten him, maybe it had another look. DJ looks like he's trying to freestyle from the floor.
A little bit. Definitely has the capability of doing it, so it makes you wonder. Well, we see a little bit of that. Well, that 50-50 sets them up nicely, but DJ off the back wall will just elect to bounce it off that corner. That's a dangerous ball as it worked its way to the box somehow. DJ gonna carry this over 1, try to double it up with a chance there from Bender. And now Son of Neptune try to cut it over to Jade, but it was a little too hot to handle. Jade will still be on it though, still has control. Causes DJ to commit to that one before he was ready to, and this one will hang into the offensive zone. And Neptune almost got back down to it. Doesn't matter. You got Jade anyways, crashed in the box. And this will be the first lead here for Arkansas State Black in the series.
And it's just winning these 50s. And Jade does not get demoed by DJ, who was trying to catch up at the very last second. So great work by the Wolfpack, finally getting at least a few extra chances, and it's before they allow Southeastern to start flying above them. So now Southeastern is put in a pickle, a rare moment where they're having to play catch up. This is something that we've not seen out of their identity yet. They can play a little bit looser and a lot more lenient because they have this 2-game lead. They have to fight their way back into it. Instead of Neptune, I thought they were going to be the mainstay big player for this squad. It's Jade who's really shown up.
It's still trying to put it up. You're right. Mechanics are really clean. He's been very quick to reads, and when you've been beat to just about every read throughout this series, it definitely pays to have somebody step up in this moment. And Jade tries to do it again. He had a 50-50 on DJ, but this time it'll be the Crimson Chin that beats Clay to the next one. So here at midfield, DJ looked to settle here and not much doing. We'll pop high. We got Bender up for Clay, but nobody able to touch it. They're all allergic to this ball. Again, what is happening? Are we okay? I think they're just messing around with this. They have to be.
At that moment, so many people had missed. Like, okay, no one that's rotating back to their own net can touch the ball. That's what we're guaranteeing. Big pre-jump save by Son of Neptune. That was DJ taking a 50-50 on the entirety of the net, and Son of Neptune just eyeballing where it's going to have to drop. So a great puzzle read. And at the midway mark of game number 3, the Arkansas State Black Wolfpack still has a 1-goal lead over Southeastern. That's going to be from Crimson Chin sidewall. They don't have a defender prepped for it. Big demo, but neither DJ nor Bender stepped up until late.
Clay got another big bump there at the top of the box, and they're a challenge from Neptune. Arkansas State's been way more proactive on the defensive side. That it's really been paying off for the most part, but that touch, that's going to come back down. Waterfall. They tried the back pass, though, and Crimson Chin will have to just play from center instead. We'll look to get Jade in this backward awkward stance. DJ the shot, another read from Neptune, who's been reading the play so well defensively. Another big one. Now will it translate to points? Not quite yet, but a pop high here to try to challenge DJ. They'll get it out, but Son of Neptune's been great here defensively.
Really has, and it's been both times against DJ, who was so fast in the previous game. And Arkansas State, I mean, they haven't put up a plethora of numbers. They've been able to get 2, which really has been their highest total so far between all 3 games. It's just being consistent. Jade having to wait. They know they're going to get pressured by DJ. They have to back it up. They get bullied at least from making a squishy save. But Son of Neptune, guess what? They're the ones out in open field trying to play for the lineman as Clay was sweeping across. Jade is going to stick nearby. Can't get rid of them completely. A minute coming up here, Bear. And it's Arkansas State that just has to keep this ball in active play, get it out of Southeastern hands, and make sure they just connect.
It's almost like it's somehow working because Southeastern Oklahoma State has been thinking they're going to touch it on the defensive side, but their misses are huge. And if they don't get cleaned up, eventually they'll catch on and they'll find a way to break through and get the equalizer. And this one that looked like there was no point. There should be no reason why this goes in. There's plenty of space. Looks like, oh my, Clay was being hindered there by Bender. And now we have the equalizer. All that work you put in, you finally get a lead for an extended period of time, and Arkansas State Black has seen their lead disappear.
That's a tough shot because you have to make sure you bring it from distance, and there's just enough separation from the wall that Jade becomes a just non-factor unless he makes that jump. And Clay then getting bullied. And finally, late term, looking for the bouncer, DJ for the cleanup. And look how close all of Savage Storm is right here from Southeastern. They are just so darn close to each other. There's a lot of trust in some of these reads. 15 seconds approaching. Arkansas State weren't able to build upon their lead, and now they may see that come back to bite them.
Yeah, it's tough. And Crimson Chin, the demo off the bar. Almost had it. And another demo, though, as CJ now will tap it down, looking for the teammate, and in the exact same spot. That was deja vu from a play that went down in game 2. And with 1 second left, Arkansas State Black sees their lead completely disappear. And SE on top.
Poor Clay. They were all of a nose away from being able to at least touch that ball. They're going to go for the kill. They're going to try and pop this one up. Oh, Clay gets underneath it. They got to get back to it with a little bit of boost. They get it into the way of Son of Neptune, but they don't get underneath. And Southeastern showcasing they can fight from behind. A lot of credit over to Arkansas State. They very much kept them quiet, but only 3 shots and only from one person. And that was how they got their 2 goals in the first place. And, you know, Jade just couldn't keep up the same kind of heat check that they were going through. And honestly, what really stymied the offense from Southeastern was the fact that there were so many 50-50s inside of that first, 2 minutes that it just stayed either planted at the midfield or all the way to the blue half. Other than that, afterwards, it was just, all right, we grind you out. And you saw some of them playing a little bit of just open ball, like let's not touch this, a little bit of cooties. But it was ultimately the Savage Storm that just came back and they just were authoritative about it. They took over just being physical at the net.
They reconfigured it. Literally, they unplugged it and plugged it back in and fixed all their tech issues that they were having trying to create some offense. And yeah, when they restarted, they were able to find some holes, take some shots that maybe they had no business shooting, and then found a way to. It's a tough angle, yes, but that should go on net. But then those demos and bumps really did make some of those shots that maybe don't have any business going in fine twine. And then you find one, you equalize. And that's when Arkansas State, I felt like they got a little bit into their own heads too, because you have that lead for such a long time, finally, and it all goes away. And perhaps it could all go away here again as Arkansas State Black. They'll need a reverse sweep. Otherwise, they'll be out completely from the season. And the championship will go to Southeastern Oklahoma State, but they got 5 more minutes to close it out.
This bracket has been somewhat lopsided. We've seen 2 shutouts in terms of series. We've seen a lot of just single game wins. So 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, 4-1, 4-0, and then a single game 5. So most of these games and most of these series for this particular playoff system, it's been pretty much decided from the onset. Arkansas State, they're going to have to fight against very troubled history with that in mind, as well as the fact that they have to reverse sweep a best of 7, which is one of the toughest things to do in Rocket. Oh.
At the pro level, at the collegiate level, doesn't matter. It's so difficult. And so is that save. Clay made a clean one. Behind, though, DJ actually got that 50-50, the dunk, but it went up the post instead. That close. Being able to give SC the lead. And Crimson Chin continues to give them pressure. DJ in tandem. Second chances, tertiary chances are the name of the game here for SE, and they're back on top.
DJ was already laying back and just dunking that one home before any of the defense of Arkansas State had an answer for the first shot. And that's just trust. That's just consistently bearing down upon your opponent. And that's not just trusting your teammates, but in yourself. This is a man on fire and a team that continues to just burn, baby, burn against this Wolf Pack. DJ, slow stop, trying for the slow flick over Clay. Jade is at least upfield, and now they're taking on numbers, but Crimson Chin will shut that down.
Now, the way Jade was able to adjust that car, was able to get that ball to just float high and let the rest of his team rotate. Because there was nobody back for Arkansas State for an extended period of time, and those little plays will go a long way. I know it hasn't paid the bills here, but now it will, as Jade will get them on the board. Equalize here with 3:11 left. In this game, number 4, Arkansas State Black. They have this quick answer from the hood of Jade.
Jade's the light in the dark. They need him to shine even brighter. All of Arkansas State needs to do so. They cannot have what we saw before, where after they got their offense to work, some of those systematic whiffs. And, I mean, there's a lot of trust and a lot of, honestly, respect at times by Southeastern that they're going to get some of these touches. DJ diving at it. He's going to just bail out, puts it to the backboard, and that's going to put both Bender and Crimson Chin on alert that they need to rotate away. Jade gets a great demo on Bender, and that at least stalls the Storm at their door.
Yeah, they've been kind of pausing their tracks. Yeah, it's a dangerous ball. Bender, free reign. Another lead from SE. Arkansas State Black playing 3.5 minutes of Queen Rocket League. And sometimes it just all falls apart in a way it does. SE, credit them because they've been on point whenever they see those mistakes and able to capitalize on it here in more of the same hill, Monkey Man, where it's SE on top pretty consistently.
I saw in the previous series, and I saw it right there. Inadvertent free just ball moments where you had a pre-flip just to try and get back to your own pitch or your own goal, and you rotate to the middle of the grass. And then, wow, Clay is able to find one straight off the floor and ties it 2.
Yeah, it was Son of Neptune getting in the dirty areas in the corner to set up, and then, yes, able to get that read. A bit of a dunk there on Bender, and when it bended up the post, was able to stick with that. Used a little bit of that boost to adjust enough to get that touch to go and deflect that ball back into the net and give them an equalizer again. Answers haven't been the problem with Arkansas State Black, though. It's finding a lead and keeping it that's been the issue. And here's a chance to try to take it by DJ right up in time for the challenge. But now
DJ a chameleon? Oh my goodness.
Sad,
Arkansas State looking crazy. If they can just be able to do exactly what you've been talking about, Bear. Because Southeastern has been nuts all over them, and still they can survive. Playing at this level and being able to do so that quickly, and then having Jade, who I thought was going to get that demo, just getting caught. But Arkansas State has these moments that they can really multiply, and Jade's already trying to do that.
And almost came back down. Was Southeastern Oklahoma State. The other side, their opponents, just continuously playing this tug of war at midfield to try and gain that pressure. Bender back up with a couple of touches here off the wall. Looking for a teammate down in midfield, but DJ will have to get that 50-50 on Jade instead. It falls into the hands of the Crimson Chin. Well pressed forward. Let's get past one, but wasn't able to find that touch off that corner and just left it for Clay. He'll bat it back out. And now looking for a teammate. 1 minute left on this clock. Bender gets one touch past one defender. That was a great little pre-flip there from the Crimson Chin to get back on that ball. But he dribbled it right into the hands of Clay. And now DJ is going to leave a ball where Bender has to work backwards towards it. And Jade moves it forward for them. Arkansas State Black now knocking on the door. Clay turns, has a man in Neptune, but he just floated it high instead. Jade's still going to follow here with a great opportunity to leave it for a teammate, but DJ will clean it up. Jade now holds. Plays it high. 17 seconds left. Jade, the shot. Defended by DJ. Now Quay up in support. 2 under 10 seconds left. DJ will look for it. Pressing it forward. Opportunity here as the Crimson Chin will turn. We'll play high, but nothing doing here as now it'll hit from the corner. DJ will let it hit, and we have ourselves overtime.
They hit overtime at 2-2. Arkansas State keeps it even Stevens, but it's just about can they survive and muster up a last-ditch effort. They may be able to do it very early as they crash the net. Son of Neptune had a chance, and DJ wanted to snuff it out. He has no extra boost, but he's had no extra time to go and get it. Doesn't really need it for the moment, as this one will go aerial into the middle of the pitch, and everyone's circling like sharks from the Savage Storm. Redirecting! Son of Neptune, son of a gun, able to keep the Wolfpack in it.
Big moment here. Big moment. Still a long way to go, but that deflection was clean. Got so much on that. And the defender was left just watching it go over your head. There's no way to react to that in time, and Arkansas State Black has done what they haven't been able to accomplish very often in the series, which is gain a lead, keep it for a little bit, and then, well, actually, they weren't able to gain the lead until that very end moment, as they had to, but they got equalizers as well as going for it, and eventually they were able to get that overtime goal, which will extend this series, but for how long? They're good at answering. They're not really good with playing with leads. And right now, it doesn't matter. SE's been jumping out to lead, so they've still got a long way to go, but a step in the right direction nonetheless.
So you're basically saying don't ever get the lead until you have to win an OT. Like right, or maybe just late regulation. Leave no time on the clock, maybe. I don't know. We had some crazy script writing by Tugboat a little bit ago. So this is a new type of theater, a new drama, a new play left to be watched. We go to game number 5. And I've seen a lot of series go 3-1, 4-1 in this bracket. And this one, well, first 2 seconds, good score by Southeastern.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised here. I know it's super quick, but SE's been getting these early goals, and a lot of it has to do with that kickoff right off the bat. It's been in the first 10 seconds or so, and just about every single one. That one didn't take even that long. 2 seconds, and SE's got the lead back. Definitely not appreciative of what Arkansas State Black was able to do with them in overtime in the last one here. Off to that hot start. Looking for more, but Jade will look to settle back. Jade's been so effective to try and keep Arkansas State Black into this one. And that one finds it. Wow. Sometimes you get that bounce that just goes off the wall. Nobody back for SE, and another equalizer for Arkansas State.
It's a great find by Jade. Sometimes you have one that's leaking on by, and how many times has that happened now where instead of it being off the play, Jade is there to punish the just even the slightest bit of slack that Southeastern is putting up. I mean, there's been a necessity for the speed from the Savage Storm to really be here because they know players like Jade, players like Son of Neptune are able to do all this kind of work, and so they just have to continuously put boot to throat. Arkansas State rotating back. Son of Neptune comes out. Jade is now going to be looking over to Clay, but actually he's got an upfield blocker in the way of Son of Neptune, who just sweeps everywhere.
Yeah, he's been basically all over the place. Trying to keep possession, trying to gain it back. In any sense of the word of Rocket League, he's been pretty stout. That one's high, though. Binter almost able to work that one back with the redirect, but will eventually fall to the ground. Now you got DJ leaving it in his hands. He'll play high. Neptune again being pesky here in this midfield to just tap it down, and Clay was able to follow. Now looking, gets a couple of touches there, challenges the box, but Jade has to pursue it all the way around as he was not up in time.
Big find by Clay. They were able to steal that corner boost, and that's just good transition play. Oh my goodness, they threat. Oh, that clangs off the far side post. Very dangerous for the Wolfpack. Arkansas State does survive. Massive 50, over 2, looking for a third. It's not quite a free net because DJ gets there. And that's unfortunate because Jade had already rotated up to the space that Clay had really formulated and matured. DJ out of boost. Not quite a brick because the man has been just wave dashing up and down this pitch just as fast as anyone is holding down the B button. But either way, more than 2 minutes goes here into this 5th game, and you can't have wide open gaps like that. Crimson Chin gets it from distance.
Another mistake from Arkansas State Black, not leaving them in the best position here in this game. Well, under 30 minutes left, you're down by 1. But I've been confident in if there's one thing I'm confident in for Arkansas State Black, it's finding the equalizer. The SE has gotten this lead, positioned themselves well. Clay will look to march out this center. That's a good bounce for them. And now Son of Neptune, tapped it back down. I felt like a shot could have been there. I know it's difficult to kind of release, but because of that, no real opportunity developed for Arkansas State.
I think they outthought themselves. Oh, and this is going to become another in the right direction for Southeastern. This goes into the corner. Going back to your original touch, it was a no shot by Son of Neptune because they wanted to get the handoff to, I think, Clay, who was nearby, and they thought their original shot would get blocked. Well, thinking a little bit too much actually plays against a lot of Rocket League players. You just need them to go out, do a little bit of extra mechs, and get on that ball, and that's exactly what Southeastern hops upon. Great 50. Clay's going to be nearby, but wow, what a just great dig by DJ.
Yeah, I was able to find a touch in a place where it didn't seem like it was likely. We've seen him do a lot in this game. And in fact, was able to dig out a demo right out in front, try to at least install fear into their minds here. And they'll look to uninstall that as DJ and Crimson Chin will combine here. But a pinch off the bat, and look as DJ read that too. But a good hold down on the defensive back wall there from Arkansas. Now Neptune has more work to do. DJ is all over the place. Is getting challenges, making it difficult. Crimson Chin, back wall, follow-up. No, it's a save from Neptune. And they're able to keep it away, or are they? Back up as DJ challenged there in the midfield. And Arkansas State has Crimson Chin to worry about on that side wall. Eventually this challenge will head right back in the Arkansas State Black. And SE continues to kill more clock and maybe kill the game with this one. SE now rocket racing their way to a championship here with 1:16 left.
No way you just did that. Oh my goodness. 76 seconds to go. And Southeastern boosting their way all into game 5 with 4 goals. They want to match their highest total in this series at this point, which would be 5. Arkansas State, not a lot of time left. They were able to find one big win, which got them to at least extend this series, make it not a sweep and make it not perfect. But they've had to go against the craziness that is this squad in front of them. Less than a minute to go. Victory laps might be getting taken by Southeastern as they continue to just keep Arkansas State denied at the goal line.
And again, just 50-50 after 50-50. There is no room given, no room surrendered. They have been constantly on this ball, and a big part of that is DJ, but the rest of it is the rest of the team buying into DJ, being able to get those challenges. We've seen so many misses earlier in this series, and now you can trust DJ to hit just about everything. And they almost got another one too, as Bender will take it down to under 30 seconds.
Arkansas State, it would take a miracle. I've seen it happen before. There's too many slow cars all inside of their own goal line, and DJ, I mean, this is the epitome of ADHD and Adderall put together, because the man is magic, he is hyper, he is there, he's touching everything in sight and able to just set Bender up. 12 seconds, we equalize what happened in game 1 and what is possibly our last game of the series, heading for that championship.
That was one of those moments where you want to leave it for a teammate. When you run out of boost and you're on that challenge, then perhaps you do it. Fortunately, Arkansas State Black, when they had that same opportunity, they weren't able to capitalize on it. And it's just as we expected. After the first 3 games, it took an extra game to get there because Arkansas State was able to clap back, but not hard enough in this series. And it's going to be Southeastern Oklahoma State University with the NECC championship. Congratulations.
They take the fall, they take the semester. Savage Storm doing big things over here in the Great Plains. Great challenger squad, and of course, there was a lot of speed over there, Bear. We get to see a lot of separate divisions. You got champions, you've got legends, and this team, honestly, from the get-go, maybe I was just given too long of a theater with Navigators. As soon as Southeastern hit the pitch, they were just zooming humans, doing crazy things and consistently forcing the Wolfpack to be just shocked and awed as they have to respond. We got to see one game from them, and there was a lot of heart and soul in that squad. And I want to see what happens in that next semester, but congratulations over to Savage Storm. They just look so good.
They started on time in every single game, and in this series, they did it as well. I mean, they were prepared to play from the get-go, and I'm not saying that Arkansas State Black played sluggish off the bat, too, because they answered relatively quickly, especially in games 2 and 3. They were able to go tit for tat, game for game, or at least goal for goal in those games, and eventually just added up. And when you're down by 3 games in the series, yeah, you're able to get 1 back, but when SC's playing lights out from the get-go, being the Savage Storms that they're named after, you know, that's basically the story of what we got there, and one of the reasons why SE was able to close it out in such a demanding and dominating fashion.
Well, we've already had one third place match. We had a previous championship. We got one right there. You've got one more set in front of you as we have our last Rocket League match of the semester and of NECC for 2023. So get hype, get loud, as we're going to take a short break. We're going to return with Murray State and the Trailblazers of Arkansas State Mountain Home right after this. Welcome back, all you night owls. NECC is here to fulfill your evening with the final match of the semester. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Bear Light as we have the Murray State Racers going against the Trailblazers out of Mountain Home from Arkansas State. And Bear, it's a Navigators Division matchup. We were already given a treat with Navigators going to Game 7 in that third place matchup. This one is for the Mid-East and it's for the championship.
Yeah, it's the Trailblazers and the Racers, so it's going to be a speedy one. Even at the Navigators division, excited to get these two teams on the pitch and see how they react because, we already had one live up to the moments, the absolute time to shine. And I'm ready to see more of that here as we close out the NECC semester.
This is actually kind of a mirror in terms of our other matchup that was the Challengers, about this bracket being very dichotomous. You have a lot of 3-0s and a lot of just one-game wins. You had one Game 5 that happened in that opening quarterfinal, but this one, it could be just kind of all splash, no way to go. And the Trailblazers, they come in as the number 2 seed. They took down the Marion Tech leaders, and I think we got a fun fact as well that both these squads, it's their freshest and their earliest and their newest time to join the NECC. So getting to the championship here, Bear, as we're going to check out these rosters, is actually huge.
It is, yeah. It's awesome to see the quick involvements and also the success within the actual divisions themselves. I mean, the NECC is growing like crazy, so it's not like there's a whole lot of teams, or it's not like there's not a lot of teams out there that aren't brand new with the NECC. But then to get to this level is absolutely impressive. And then Murray State, you can't say enough about them. I know they're a number 4 seed, so the 4 against 1, maybe not the biggest upset in the world, but they've also done some damage too. And I'm excited to learn more about these players and really and see what they're about. First, we're going to start with their names, though, as we'll bring up on our screen. Now, Murray State coming in as the Racers come in hot with Sherlock, Annex, and Zonal Imi 2. That's a tough one to read out, but Murray State, again, coming in with those 3.
I was trying to decipher if that was some kind of acronym, like Zone All I Me Too. I'm just going to say Me Too. You know what? You've lost your privileges unless it's just just me too. There we go. But on the other side from the Racers, who are going so fast, Trailblazers at a Mountain Home, as you have Graham, Ale Pro, and Cactus, or is that All Pro? Okay, I never know. You get the number name combo. Like, I've been trying this since Xbox days, and you just never know. I'm gonna just call them All Pro. But either way, it's gonna be a big matchup. You're gonna go into another game, or not Game 7, but at least a best of 7 for Murray State and the Trailblazers. And we saw what was the outcome of a 4th seed taking down the 1 seed earlier. And do you think that we're going to have a different sort of navigation of this last final going into this next match?
Definitely a possibility. And I know both of these teams are set in their ways. There's a reason why you get to this place in the first place. You want to play your own style. You want to play the way that you want to. Shakeup is definitely possible here, though. With how much it's been bouncing around in the bracket, I can see that definitely being a factor here. But Zonal Lime is the name of the player that we mispronounced later. So we obviously want to give them credit too and see if, these are some East Coast teams. So this is going to be late for these players too, I imagine. And so we'll see if that affects them as well, in addition to just the route to get here.
I mean, we're entering gamer hours, so I'd say that this is the perfect time. They've all just took their second evening nap. They got the pizza rolls. They've been warming up with extra memes. They're fine. This should be good, at least until about maybe 2 a.m. And then everyone starts going, "Hey man, like, extra Red Bull, something that then you start wondering about it." But this has actually been a team out of the Trailblazers in particular for Mountain Home that they had that Game 5 that they were able to take down St. Vincent Gold. That could have been an upset in that early quarterfinal. And then they were able to just get a hard sweep to make it to this moment. And Murray State taking down the number 1 seed. I mean, they were dominant against, I guess, their own other at home Murray versus Murray State. So they were the better of the 2 Murray States. And so then being able to get to this moment, you hold yourself not in too high regard, but you got to be pretty confident about this team, especially as they go into this championship.
Yeah, that's a dominant win over such a dominant team in Defiance. So there's something to be said about that for sure. The Trailblazers just as much. I mean, it's not like you're sleeping on the number 3 team there with Marion Tech in that 4-0. They're both of these teams have packed a punch throughout. There's only 1 game lost between the two in the playoffs. Imagine that. And Trailblazers themselves again coming through in their first season with NECC. And I imagine if this roster stays together, they might get their promotion in the next season. Perhaps they've moved themselves out. They've navigated their way into what would be the Emergence division, I believe, if they keep on this trend.
And this was a Murray State. I believe they went 5-1 in their own division, so doing pretty good. They came out into that top three of pretty assertively. So going to be going over to them, and we are trying to work on bringing you guys back into the matchup, as we had a bunch of players that were like, "Hey, are we good?" and then no, and then everything's been kind of going back and forth. So I think one thing that we haven't ever touched on, or not at least touched on tonight, when it comes to fall performance and then going into the spring, you have a lot of seeding that then kind of follows on as we go into activations for all the different platforms and all the different games that we have, from be it Valorant, be it R6, be it just Super Smash Brothers, literally anything. And you get to see your culmination of a fall semester. But spring championships, you think of nationals, you think of everything coming together across every different kind of conference. And then, so how much weight do you kind of give to a fall championship to it? Because this is, I think, one step of two major ones you want to do as a program.
Yeah, you have to be able to recognize, where is the program in its own growth. There's, teams that are constantly on the rise, and if so, perhaps they get the bid. There's some teams that have a one-off season, and what I mean by that is perhaps in the negative fashion, where perhaps relegation is a conversation, but it's really in a world that's very much moving in the collegiate Rocket League space, in the collegiate esports space. You have to constantly read and react to trends. Are teams staying together? What's the chemistry like? Because there are players that are constantly moving still to this day, from college to college, trying to find that right home. Do I agree with that? That's not a rabbit hole I'm going to go down, but at the same time, it happens. It's very wary. So a lot of that has to do with the chemistry. There's some teams that have been together that might play better than the team that has all the talent in the world. So I look for those teams that stick together and are performing and are on the upward tick when I'm looking for teams to promote.
That's very true. And I like being able to see how much time kind of goes into that work. You and I have seen it from the community side to the pro scene side, and collegiate. I mean, we've seen dynasties get put together. You're like, all right, where do I want to go and really get my academics and get my kind of my degree? And then where do I go and I really want to win this game? And it ends up being like, how do I balance tuition versus time versus what everyone wants me to do versus what I want to do? And that becomes a really big, fun talking point to it. But a lot of these players, they spend so much extra time to really come, especially to these championships for the end of the fall. And NECC has been expanding, like you've been talking about, so rapidly, and being able to really continuously support each of those platforms in such a big way. I know I've gotten to see it on Mondays whenever Valorant comes through, and that now being able to witness all the separate championships go back. It's so cool to have kind of that finishing point. But we're not quite finished with this just yet. We are going to wrangle those players, I promise you. On the other side of hopefully slightly shorter break, we'll be back to start off and kick off the final match of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We're back in just a moment. I told you that players existed. We go into the final match of the entirety of the NECC fall semester. Sherlock, they know how to score. They get in the first 6 seconds.
Well, we wrangled the horses into the game itself, and then the horses race themselves here. Well, they're called the Racers, but Murray State racing off to this 1-0 lead. Arkansas State, we saw another Arkansas State team, but not the remote location of this college. Arkansas Trailblazers will look to bounce back and get an answer as they begin to try to work forward. Cactus waiting for this pass midfield, but that shot is actually going to be taken instead. That will allow Chrome to make a save and push it back down. And All-Pro hangs here to the corner. Bit of a miss here from Murray State. Ooh, a bit of a fake there too, and just kind of shaking out the nerves in this game one.
You know what? They've been paused for so long. They've been trying to find ways to kind of keep themselves in that competitive edge, and you really don't have that even in game ones of any best of 7 because you have to get up to that standard. Best of 5s feel like a sprint by comparison, and All-Pro is able to find that one on the opposite side slot.
Looking like an All-Pro here. Sherlock just tried to bounce it up the corner there, and Graham was in the right spot to take a shot, but All-Pro said, I've got it lined up anyways, called up his man and was able to just launch that. Buried early. And a quick answer, the equalizer. And perhaps another one off this kickoff too. It'll go high. But Chrome will easily read that one off the back wall and send it out towards a member of his team. It's Mars Reflex. Trying to get the reflexes off in time to push forward. And Murray State will do that. This will waterfall down. A chance All-Pro. 2, maybe even 3 defenders of Arkansas State diving at that one. They'll force them backwards in their rotations. And now they'll look to get back out the center, and sure enough, they will.
Even with pulling defenders like that, didn't have anyone that was set to punish, and that's a tough read kind of late. And there's a bit of a stutter start on both sides about who's kind of has that next rotational responsibility to go and get the ball touch. So, this is where the comfort zone needs to be established for both teams. Chrome, the setup, but both Sherlock as well as Flex all the way back. And that one, luckily for Murray State, not taken up by the Trailblazers, as you have both squads just in earnest. And this one's bouncing errantly in. Was this even a setup shot? Did this just come off the sides?
Well, it was a challenge here, midfield, and that's the last touch. And it just works in. Technically an own goal as everybody dove back to it, but really off that challenge, a fortunate bounce from Murray State, but one they'll take. Nonetheless, in a couple minutes in, Arkansas State, their Trailblazers here had an answer early. And we'll look to get another one. However, they've got Murray State standing in the way here at midfield, and Sherlock actually beats this one out to midfield. That touch will look for a teammate, and All-Pro was there, but so was Chrome. So now he'll launch it over to Mark's reflex. Quick reflexes to get it back on target. And now it'll be Graham. Round past one, but defensive rotations seem to be relatively clean. There's been a couple breakdowns, yes, but for the Navigators division, it's been relatively strong as far as who's next in rotation to make a save.
And really what shines amidst all of that is how they take it from the midfield after winning some of those back corner and back line clearances. Now, we were talking about how clean that looked, and then they find a wide open gap, a demo just to finish it off. But this was Chrome that stepped up to the plate, and I don't know if Sherlock was chasing, but Mars Reflex had actually shifted from outside wall in, and there was a breakdown as all of Murray State compressed and the Racers were left racing back to the defensive half, and the Trailblazers got there first.
Even ground yet again. Chrome not able to connect on this one. All-Pro has some help here off the back wall, but Sherlock was able to get up to it quickly. But a bit of a mishandle there from Murray State. They cleaned it up. Chrome will leave it here. Side wall challenge. All the way across it goes to Mars. Reflex will take a shot, but Cactus, man on the spot, able to use his thorns to knock that one down. And from the corner, they'll try to go defensively, but Mars Reflex has been on this game too. And there comes Chrome. No space given up for Murray State. They're able to bounce it back to the offensive side and gain this 3-2 lead.
This is really where Murray State shines. They compress. I mean, this is where some of that was given up whenever they had that back open line and allowed the Trailblazers to get tied up. But when they ultimately squeeze the Trailblazers down, they're hard rotating into the corners and just looking for one to leak out. Reflex, they're going to get bumped out of the way. Otherwise, that was a high-hanging extra ball to just try and move through. And it's been a lot of 50-50s being won by the Racers of Murray State. Graham finds at least one out in an open field. We're at less than 100 seconds to go. And Trailblazers has been able to find a response, but Reflex has been finding space.
Oh man, support comes through. Yeah, lots of space eventually taken away. Maybe a little bit too late from Arkansas State, but the Trailblazers get out of harm's way nonetheless. They'll push out to the corner, looking to challenge here. Mars Reflex yet again is so speedy right now. Like I mentioned, called the Racers. Is that a pre-jump in the Navigators division? Sherlock was confident in that one. They almost landed that pass, by the way.
Look, they've seen the pros do it. Why can't they? Doesn't matter what division you're in, but two teammates come up for the Racers as one was trying to rotate out. It's just to see them kind of link together. Trailblazers under fire. Nice extra read. It's a back pass that's going to go over to All Pro. They need to become a pro. They want to find a purchase upfield. It has come at a premium that so far that has been unaffordable, too expensive, off the pipeline. Graham actually takes it from their own teammate, but it's still at least not in the back of the net, but Arkansas needs to get upfield.
Now look out, because you got Mars Reflex in a bump there, too.
Oh my God.
That one hit that corner. Chrome couldn't finish it. No, another shot off the mark. Oh, Murray State had a prime time opportunity to try to get a cushion of a lead. Now with 14 seconds left, you've got Arkansas State on the counterattack. Shut down at midfield here from Sherlock. Left down, Cactus will attack at midfield. Back down it goes, Cactus beat to it. And Murray State now on the offensive side of the ball here, just trying to kill it. Still up for the moment though. Arkansas State and Cactus looking to find a teammate. It does get to them, and now it's bouncing high and across midfield. Chrome trying to kill it. Back across, what a pass, but couldn't quite get it. As that one just a little bit too far ahead of their man and falls to the ground for a Murray State Game 1 victory.
Man, Murray State beating up that right side post like it owed them money. Just, it could have had a fourth goal instead, just bullying the old iron until it rang out just with cries and then ricocheted away. Arkansas State, honestly, game number 1, and I'm going to go ahead and include game number 2, are going to be weird because they're best of 7s. We're Navigators, and this is made for theater, but this is a team that does not need to have any demotivation from the end of that game. A few extra seconds and maybe an allotment of time, and they would have been fine to maybe even tie this up because they survived a chaotic bit of offense out of the Racers. But the Racers also left some points out there. They got to have that same level of confidence too.
Certainly do. I mean, I think that ball was on target. Or it might have been a little bit wide, but either way, that bounce could have very easily set up a player. So that 0-second chance, all they needed was really half a second, and really it would have bounced and perhaps gone in. But either way, look at that transitional play. The pre-flip set up back to Chrome, and Murray State to another lead pretty quickly.
Chrome has done a lot of this, and a great preset. Reflex was hoping to just kind of catch that in transition, but ended up making such a timely back pass straight at the goal line. That was just, I mean, it was very fluid by the Racers. Murray State wants to condition Trailblazers to have to accept this kind of pressure early and often. They do it in the first 20 seconds.
Trailblazers' first semester here in the NECC, and showing why they've dug deep and gotten themselves to this championship. They're able to keep it close, but now they need to dive back. A great effort. Took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to, but All Pro did make the save after all. We'll launch off the car of Graham here on the back end. Mars Reflex takes a shot right off that classic Arkansas State right side post that Murray State likes to beat up on. And now Arkansas State will try to keep them at a distance. Mars Reflex will be blocked from the defensive Arkansas State. The Trailblazers still having trouble getting this out of the zone. But they'll have to work from their own corner now.
It can't be cactus. Is a cactus without its spines just a melon? Is that what it is? I'm not too sure. That one's gonna fall out. I basically drop a melon of a joke and they drop a melon of a shot. That one finally is going to be an orange streak running into the blue half as Trailblazers are able to get a wide open arc, but Sherlock picks up the work where it was left behind. Flip reset here. Oh my goodness. From the back line, All Pro gets bumped around, and there has not been a clean bit of grass where a Murray State player is not that the Trailblazers can be able to go to. Oh boy, get there if you can. Big save. Whose side is Cactus on?
He's everywhere. Just poking into the opponents with that save of just coming out of basically nowhere to help out his teammate. And we'll definitely take that bounce off his car. Here's another opportunity for Murray State. They'll just float it across the goal line. Mars Reflex doesn't seem too eager to head towards the offensive side. Instead, he'll just play it back for his team to rotate, get boost. But that's a great little touch there from Cactus. Now up for it again, second touch, but it'll elude the man that was behind them trying to follow up in the first place.
I like the effort out of Cactus. Some of it is a little too much too often, but I like that they at least have these spurts to just condition and to get right back to the ball. In times, it's all right, have your teammate come up, see if you can be able to get at least some of those extra moments and kind of rotate away. But you know what? They're consistently forcing Murray State to have to answer some of their pushes. On this challenge, you actually get Murray State again running upfield. It's been all of 1 goal of damage. They've been threatening to do way more. That one turns into a massive 50 the other direction, and Cactus is going to have to rotate back as a third man. And just tries to keep Sherlock at bay, but all 3 are here by Murray State, and All Pro will shut it down.
Got room ahead of them, but not a lot of boost to work with, so he'll have to play the low 50-50 and does it like a pro. And now he's got All Pro. Looking to send that across the box. Cactus beat to it by Mars. Mars beat to it again. Graham the other way. Sat down on a platter. Chrome gonna try to tap that down to a teammate. Unfortunately, found Cactus instead, who has been all over this field. You said it right. He's been a nuisance, and you kind of need that spark whenever you drop a game. But this defense is looking uncoordinated. Murray State will try to challenge it here. Sherlock left for Chrome, and he'll try to get it on the hood of his car, but they're struggling, really trying to push into the box. They know they've got the lead, but Arkansas State doing enough to hold them at bay.
Chrome has been the great neutralizer at times, and trying to jam one through. Chrome, in fact, neutralizes that next attack being made by Cactus. Takeaway right in front of the box as well. 50 seconds to go. Trailblazers got to travel upfield. There's been a brief stay and a soft touch, a big save by Cactus. Not sticking around. Chrome is going to rotate away as Mars Reflex at least presses up, and then again, no, big dig by Graham.
Twice! They're keeping themselves in this with these huge saves, very last second reactionary ones. And now the opportunity. Will it become in time this time? Last time, it dropped to the ground in 0-second opportunity. They really need to take advantage of it here. They're running out of that time. 13 seconds left. Touch backwards. A demo still not down though. Chrome, a shot taken. Cactus there to try and launch off the side. They'll actually move past 2 defenders. Cactus, no boost in the tank means no chance. Oh, they come up just short for game 2 as well in Murray State, off to that 2-0 lead in the series.
Trailblazers are just coming up, a dollar short both times in late term of these games. I mean, it's very winnable. It's very doable, but we just saw them exist again too often on their own half. And I think Cactus felt like they just didn't get enough time on ball, just being able to kind of affect what the defense was doing, because they were everywhere that game. And I appreciate it because it at least gave his teammates something to kind of consistently look at. But ultimately, we saw just 1 goal. That was a shutout, but it was a very kind of oppressive effort being made by Murray State.
Yeah, I agree. They were constantly just basically chokeholding them at the midfield, and you can't really do much to get around that end. So credit where credit's due. And I think they've really gotten into the heads here as we begin game number 3. We think about how the Trailblazers, they were perfect in this bracket up to this point, 7-0 until this series. And I believe that a large part of that was because of Cactus. But at the same time, when you drop that first game, suddenly it's like, oh, well, we can lose. And if you're Murray State, you're like, oh, yeah, we know how to win. So does it just continue in that same trend? And you feel like the answer might be yes, the way it's been playing out, but it's too close to confirm and say 100% that's the truth.
Game 3 for best of 7s is the definition game, much like game 2s for best of 5s is the same. And this is where we either get this squad and Trailblazers in a pickle, where they have to reverse sweep, or start getting a little bit of extra competition. We'll be guaranteed at least going 5 games. A shot and a step too late is Cactus. Chrome finds the first on the board.
Just launch it in and get things happen. It looked like Cactus dove a little bit too late across. He's been getting away with those last second saves, and so is the rest of his team. And so, to have that time and space and come up a little bit shy of it, that's a different pattern here. Murray stayed off to that quick start. And now a chance for a second one. But All Pro able to get to it on time. Now turned right back up and into the play, but Mars Flex could have let that one go. I'm pretty sure it was in if his teammate didn't touch it. An opportunity there for Murray State to go up 2-0, but nonetheless, Arkansas State will look to keep within this 1-goal distance as they have been all series long.
I don't mind what Reflex went up there to do, but it was for a redirect. I'm not gonna lie, I don't expect those to go in, but there was a cool couple doinks that happened in the previous matchup, so why not go for it, fam? First 100 seconds about to tick off the clock. Arkansas State trying to continuously at least keep possession if they can. The succession thereof has been briefly lived. That one's gonna go upfield, and luckily for the Trailblazers, it will ring against the top 90. But unfortunate for them so far, they have existed for now 7 minutes of Rocket League time and been unable to score a goal in the previous game to now.
That's a struggle. You don't see him go in, and it feels like it's just locked down. Like there's a brick wall just standing in front of that net.
Oh.
And another one breaks through here. Sherlock, it's been a while. I think it's been since game one that Sherlock's gotten on the board. As a heavy scorer, doesn't happen often where you keep him scoreless and the bouncer fools at everybody.
Oh. Bouncers are tough, man. Like, regardless of what speed they're going or anything, especially a high-speed bouncer. But, if it's kind of one of those knuckleball situations, you never know what's going to happen. You're trying to go at it expeditiously while reading kind of left, right, and center of where other players may try for a dunk. So, tough one for the Trailblazers. Murray State got two now. A little bit more comfortable and securing some of those shots they didn't grab in the first couple of games. All Pro dropping that one to the corner, Reflex with a back pass, and that's going to at least find its way over to Chrome, who doesn't connect, and this becomes a man-up play. This is a floater. Crash the gate. Oh, they send two. They send everyone, and the Trailblazers can't bust in.
Chrome was so cool in that moment. Just said, I've got this regardless. And then let it come to him. I know there's a lot of pressure on the board. Maybe you don't want to wait that long, but he just sensed it. Saw the rest of the team wasn't really pressing in from Arkansas State and was just content to kind of loft it off that goal line. And keeps his 2-0 lead. Arkansas State Trailblazers, when you're in those moments, you have to break through. That's what I expected Cactus to be up, but he was launching it, going to his own net. Sherlock surely will score. And a 3-0 lead for Murray State.
Dominant feature right now. They've locked out the Trailblazers for, fast math, more than 8 minutes. Trailblazers, they are looking for just an ounce of water to quench their thirst. And they've been able to get upfield, and they've been teased with the oasis that's set before them, but Murray State races away with it over and over and over again. Great save by Cactus. Double demo to create the smoke screen, but we got less than 90 seconds. They got to start at least with a spark. They got to get a score.
And every time they try to carry it out, it's directly back in. You see Mars again with this shot, and All Pro, it eludes him. Not much you can do. Down this 4-0 mark, and about to be down 3-0 in the series if nothing changes.
I talk about definition of series and how, you get to a game where it kind of really feels like it's up against you, or maybe just really defines what's up next. And what's going to be up next for the Trailblazers is one of the toughest things you can do in series match play in Rocket League, and that's going to have to be a reverse sweep. I didn't see it before in the Challengers Division, and this one's going to be even tougher. Minutes ago, you know what? At this point, it's not a wash, but you got to make sure you have to get your offense rolling. That is the missing component to the squad.
Yeah, exactly. You pointed it out. It's now taking up towards at least 9 minutes, 10 minutes. Did you score the goal? Yeah, Murray State seems to get on the board consistently. That's Chrome again, 5-0. This team has outclassed Arkansas State and the Trailblazers. who have had a great run up to this point, but I think the trail has now burned out. I think it might be the end of the road if Murray State keeps continuously locking down this defense. Arkansas State, there is no solution. There is no offense. One goal would be their only hope if they get it in this game to feel good about going into it with the potential, but even that is a best of 7 or a sweep. And credit Murray State, they've done everything right. They've really come out with the passion. They started the series out on time, and they continue to put on pressure since the get-go, and there's been nothing that Arkansas State Trailblazers can do.
They're executing 2 steps ahead before the Trailblazers even know that it's time to play. 10 seconds left. Murray State, they are speed running towards a championship win in this Navigators division. We're gonna see what they do going to game number 4. The spark, something. Cactus finally is able to clear the drought, and it was a great pass by Graham. They sneak it over the line.
Yeah, there you go. There's that one goal I was talking about. But at the same time, bit of a freebie. But it is one on the board nonetheless. This one up in the air, sure enough, going to be killed. Kept alive for a second. Make it a few seconds. I'll throw once more. All right, Graham. All right, play down now. Afterwards, of course, right when we come in and say, hey, there they go. And it's right down to the ground. Murray State now on match point, 1 game away from the championship here in the Navigators division.
You know, this is the dig deep moments. This is the ones where the coaches come in. They're like, all right, this is what we got. This is what you're going to do. You're going to play it 1 game at a time. You're going to try and just do everything that you've already practiced throughout the entire regular season and bring it to fruition here. I mean, I've seen every movie. I've seen every way that this entire thing goes, and you have to treat it just as a game at a time because otherwise it is too heavy of a task. But if you're on the side of Murray State, you took down your brothers in the same program. You then went into that bracket and you were able to take down the number 1 seed, and now you're looking to just complete this fall semester and just, stay perfect as you can. And that would be amazing. Trailblazers, I mean, they're like, oh, wow, okay. We had a fear in our quarterfinals. The semifinals, we did some work. This time around, it's being worked against us. We go to game number 4. Racers, they're going to try to finish this one off. Trailblazers need to find a start.
Do or die time for the old Trailblazers of Arkansas State in their remote location. But they need that quick start. Goals have come at a premium, and they can get one early here as Graham is up. He gets a couple of touches with the second one, not the exact direction they were looking for. And Cactus will be forced down, and Chrome right off the hood of his car. Used him as a tee, literally teed up the defender, and we'll make it 1-0 Murray State.
Whew. Chrome is going to give them a thank you card for coming up this Christmas for that shot. That was just a steal and a half. Man, if I'm looking at this team out of Murray State, Chrome seems to be kind of the all-around. Sherlock has done fantastic. Reflex continues to just be the glue, but I mean, it's all Chrome a lot of the time, and I love seeing this player play out of Murray State. Upfield, Sherlock, let's make sure I don't forget about him on the highlight reel. That will just barely escape him.
Yeah, everything's Chrome. It's like the future.
Future.
Like that, he saw where I was going with that, and I saw where Mars was going with that. His reflexes will take it all that way down the pitch. Similar story here, Hill Monkey Man. It's a 2-0 lead for Murray State, and Arkansas State scratching their heads.
Oh, they even had a defender there, but they had to go for the try, and they went for it off of the post. So their car tilted down and fell away just underneath the ball. Unfortunate. Trailblazers, they got 1 goal. I was hoping that'd be a start, a spark, a something. And really, a something needs to turn into something more. A great touch takeaway. That's going to go to the backboard. They're crashing the net, and the defender gets a piece. That's huge for Murray State to keep these Trailblazers from even finding a beginning.
And another read was just a little bit too slow. It's a trend here for Arkansas State now. They need to up the reaction times, need to start, I know it sounds wrong, but you got to start cutting back defensively in rotation to at least get you going forward. And when you do, it's off the post. Arkansas State Trailblazers, that was one they needed. Now Sherlock is trying to work it back down here for Murray State. try to put a dagger in, but Arkansas State and the Trailblazers give them credit. At least they're trying to keep here offensively. And now an opportunity to block. What a save, Chrome again.
Ain't no way. Chrome coming up huge. Graham thought they had the most magical moment between themselves and Cactus. And Cactus even trying to come up a little bit faster right there just to get some pace behind the ball. But no, even that doesn't get through for free if you are the Racers. Sherlock's going to turn. A little bit awkward hole, and that's going to give Graham a moment to at least give him a look. That's going to be Chrome up into that corner. That's a nice 50. Oh, that's a nice find. Wait, bouncing just nearby. Chrome does rotate through. That arch just a little bit unforgiving against the Trailblazers. They had a couple of big 50-50s, but they have to turn that into full hundreds.
Now let's him for a pinch. All bro couldn't be Cactus though. Amara's beat both defenders. Just hopped in on the play. Johnny on the spot. Another shot, another goal. Sherlock 3-0 Murray State. They're looking more and more like they got a championship bid ahead of us.
Graham couldn't get back facing out of his net in time. Ends up facing into it, and that is such a tough position to have to defend from. You're throwing your bumper against the oncoming shot, and then if you can't find your flip in the right way, you're just going to jettison into your own net and run away from it. So 3 goals, less than 2 minutes, 1 championship left in front of the new kids on the block that are Murray State, trying to get this first season, this first semester championship for them here at NECC. With 100 seconds left, Cactus trying to get this team just doing anything for the Trailblazers, but they are being shut down.
Constantly. And Sherlock, sure enough, up and over. Last defender pops it with the ground aerial. And just nothing you can do. All Pro was backwards and trying to avoid bumps, and before you know it, Murray State in a minute and a half, they will close out in this game. I can guarantee you that.
Brand new into the Navigators. What do you think about this team maybe upgrading to Emergence? I see some potential for that.
I absolutely do too. I think their mechanics justify it. I think they're playing strong enough together as a team. Chrome has been fantastic. We've seen Sherlock step up in huge moments. And Mars has played with such speed, beating everybody to challenges. They've got the tandem. That's that 3-stack that I've been talking about. Nail Monkey Man, when you asked me the first time, this is exactly the kind of picture that I conjured up.
The just poster children and students for success to be able to work together in a full composite squad. I can't wait to be able to see what they do later. Trailblazers, tough end to a pretty darn good semester. They're going to be looking back on this one and be like, all right, what are the lessons we got to learn? And it's honestly just mechs and getting faster right now. They were challenged way earlier by Murray State. These Racers really living up to their mascot's namesake and coming out huge. They're going to get a 4-0 sweep, trying for a 5th goal just to punctuate that ending. Cactus, maybe with a runaway, at least a one-on-one, but there's 15 seconds to go, Bear, and this is the final foot race.
Yeah, every bit of hope Arkansas State had, and they had plenty of chances, Trailblazers did, but it was shut down by Murray State defensively in every aspect of this game. This will be the second shutout for Murray State in this series. And as they look to bounce around their victory march, they will know that the championship is coming home to Murray State for the Navigators division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Racers. They bring it up big and they bring it on home. That one's going to the Mid-East Navigators division. So congrats over to them. And you know what? Job well done. You're able to get a big win the first semester bringing it into the NECC. And that's huge. I mean, that's really the mark of a lot of progress. And there was some anxiety that first started off like, hey, we're coming to big competition in NECC, pretty big place. We're going to try and find a foothold in it. And they've already left a carbon footprint, especially in the winner's circle, as they're able to look at big things in the future. And I can't wait to see what they do going into the spring. Trailblazers, I mean, you know, sometimes you just get slapped around. Sometimes the series is not going to be yours. And, you know, they're going to see what they could maybe make better and kind of find a lot of that extra work we talk about as a full composite squad. And Cactus, I think they were trying to be that catalyst, and there was just never that change they wanted to happen.
They gotta find themselves a Chrome. Chrome was excellent in this series, right? And it could be one of them, just not this season, this semester, right? Go into the fall knowing that you have an opportunity to grow as a team. You said it's all a learning experience, so I expect them to do nothing less. But I have to just bring it back to Murray State and the way that they're able to just take this game by storm, this match by storm. You know, everybody in chat was saying, hey, this should be a pretty easy Murray State victory. It's never easy in the championship game. Let's be honest. Yeah, you might be higher ranks, but the stakes are high. And, you know, a team that's gotten this far has gotten this far for a reason. Cactus showed up to play, but they were just a little bit better. So all the credit in the world to Murray State for their incredible victory. And they've well earned this title. I'm excited to see them have it. And what a season it wraps up as a whole here. A full package for NECC just in time for the holidays.
Fall semester comes to a close. Rocket League is always the one to end it, especially on Fridays, and that means that we're all done. Hopefully everyone's finals are either wrapping up or you're well prepared and going to be taking all those tests with a lot of confidence. I want to thank the production today with Polaroid and Zolex, able to be our observer as well, our broadcaster, helping us out. We had Tugboat, we had Galgan, we had Relic, and of course, Bear Light hanging out with myself, Hell Monkey Man. Bear, it was so great to be able to be with you in the booth for this semester, and I know you and I are going to have a lot of fun going into the next. We hope that you guys out there get to be able to come back and see all the games, all the competition here with the NECC. It's going to be starting back in January and February. Make sure to tune in. Check out NECC_esports both here as well as on Twitter. Check them out on YouTube. All the great competitions and videos and archives are going to be everywhere for you to see. But you have been fantastic. We are tired. Lots of competition. And we'll see you next time.